We are actually back. I am feeling rejuvenated, no longer as sick. Still kind of sniffly, but not fucked up the way I was before. So, we are about to jump into Rogue Trader and actually finish this goddamn fucking game. Something I've been trying to do all goddamn week. I wanted to actually start a different game yesterday. Unfortunately, I was fucking bedridden on Wednesday, and then yesterday I thought I'll be fine. I can play a video game now. I can be energetic and talk and do all sorts of fun stuff with people. No, no, I had no energy. I'm not. I understand that you guys probably didn't get this, but like I fell asleep 2 or 3 times in the middle of a fight. How? I don't know. I managed. That's all I know. I know I goddamn managed to fall asleep some fucking how. Regardless, we are now going to actually finish this game. I'm just double checking all of the other things, making sure everything is a dandy before we jump in. But it is a crazy fucking thing, you know? It is a crazy goddamn thing. So we've cleared these guys out. Oh, I think this was the thing. No, this was something else.
Let us not dawdle.
Any loot? Dead guy. At this point, getting cargo shouldn't be a thing. We're never gonna go back. We're never gonna get to go back and buy stuff, so getting cargo now shouldn't be... There should be no more cargo pickups here. Like, all the loot we get here should be straight jackin' loot. You know what I mean? Fat fucking loot, like guns and shit. Guns and stuff we can use. Although I guess fuel and stuff can be useful for some situations. I don't know. Wumter. Well, technically it's tea, but... Hydration juice. For hydrating. We are... one nut tap away from... Yeah, see? You can't even do it. So like, game's giving us cargo. What for? Yeah. Hello, Captain. Unidentified sickle-shaped ships have taken off from the planet we just left. They're approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready, it's about to get hot here. Alright. Let's bug up some goddamn Necron ships. Show them that humanity is superior.
The whispers sound distant. The future is...
Why do I keep forgetting to re-equip Argenta as my Master Cannoneer? Okay, so we've got two... Why... Oh, because I had it hovered over. Okay, now I don't get it. Why is that one... Well... What? Okay, I'm done. I don't like you. You're aliens. Okay. This is the plasma. And this is going to be 150 damage directly on this guy, with good chance for crits. Alright. Ow. I kid, I took no damage. My mom brought me these cakes. They kind of taste a little burnt. Alright, blow that guy up. Oh. Forgot that was a thing. You know when you're fighting Necrons and you think you're about to win, but then they pull out the reanimation protocols? And so you say, ha, you thought it was a suggestion. And so you hit him again, harder this time. I don't know what this is gonna do. I know it can fuck with Xenotech. Oh, wow, okay. Go ahead and give our Master of Maneuvers a little bit of a refresh. Blast him. Whee! Reload. Do it to him. Pull that guy up. Finish that. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Motherfucker.
Got them.
What's this? Eh. I'd rather have the 190. No, Captain. What were those things? Took off from the surface of the world where you landed. There were sheet ships like that. Never seen such technologies either. We fished a trophy out of the void, relatively intact fragment of a wreck, sent it to our engineers. Just in case, we've isolated the compartment where they're performing their comprehension liturgies. Let's go with this one. Oh god, there's nuts in this. Ugh. Your Lordship, the Kato artifacts claims to have found a mention of Xenos similar to the ones we've encountered. The manuscripts refer to them as Necrons. What is this trophy we've acquired? The engineers are at a loss. They say it's a gift born from the omniscience wisdom, but its image was imperfect, and therefore it was eroded by corruption and unbelief. Whatever that means. Ship's minor conclave has gone into data meditation to produce a resolution regarding the admissibility of using this item. Alright. Put this away for eating it later, and I'll eat just this one. Because there's two of them. Two! Okay, let's make these a little safer. Not fully safe, because, you know, the Emperor doesn't respect people who only go safe. It'd be funny if we could just like make a route. God damn it! Every time I bite into this shit, it's got nuts in it. You'd think that the woman who fucking raised me would know that I do not fucking like nuts in cakes. God damn it. And it's like, yeah, I get it, it was like a gift and she didn't have to do it, but like, at the same time, you know me for 25 years. How do you still not know I do not like nuts? In like random things. Like, I don't like that shit. You want me to eat nuts? Just give me nuts. I'll eat the nuts, that's fine. But if I'm eating a cake and I'm expecting sweets, I do not want to taste almonds. Ugh, I'm just gonna fucking put this away so I can. I'll give it to somebody else who likes this shit. Because fuck me, I'm not the one. Like, no shade to people who like it. Whatever, but you're wrong and you should feel bad. Alright, most of the surface is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. At first, officers aboard the vessel decide that the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evidence that the source of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid not far from itself. Examine. The von Valencia scouts approach the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor, sent to gather data about the energy beam, clearly demonstrated the destructive power of its xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It is curious that the second pyramid is still intact and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study the monolith. Energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's walls, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. The few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomenon. Ooh. The soldiers of von Valancius notice a fragment of a metallic ribcage melted right into the material of one of the walls like a bizarre bas-relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with a colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belonged shows no signs of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. Okay. There's a really, like, rude part of me that wants to give it to her. But, like, if not for that decrease, I might consider that worth using. But, like, that is a big decrease in some very important stats. I wanted to go turn on the light. We'll fight those ships in a second. Yay! Close this. Getting cold. Alright, Necron Ring. What the fuck is this? The greenish glow of the gigantic ring made from unknown material flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The void ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust, or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what's passing through it cannot be clearly determined. Observe. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting from the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edges of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic flowing metal. Then, lashes of purple clouds, dissected by threads of lightning, appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal as the blocks of blackstone become covered in purple scarlet illumination. If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational force forbid any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, the purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating that the powers of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, with the next wave of dark light, the portal throws out the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. That is funny. That is very funny. Send a team to examine the object. Additional equipment and a closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. The portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari and Drukhari, only made of a different material. The metallic shine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Analysis of the wave signatures indicates that the construct once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current condition, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It is unstable and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from a star's protosphere. So I believe the civilization capable of creating such a device underwent such decline. August revealed two Xenos ships hurtling through clouds of cosmic dust. A message coming from one of the alien vessels on the encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Valancius dynasty. According to the transmission, Lady Theodora's people are aboard the Xenos ship. Request a report on the enemy. The Augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels, but most of them are in a strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test this hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebula in the system could allow the Dynasty flagship to evade danger. Establish Vox contact. Same request for help keeps coming back. We're alive. We are fighting. We need support. To battle. Is this a trap? Am I getting fiddled with?
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
I forgot again? God damn it. Ooh. Rough fucking shooting. Go ahead and hit him with a spin. Okay. Okay. Deal as much damage to this thing as we can. Drop this thing off here. Thought I'd be able to move a little more. I was wrong. Blast him. Blast him. Okay. Then we do this.
Beware, Lord Captain.
Slam.
Our shield is down.
Let's do this. Turn you in that direction. What is this? Let's do this so we can start restoring our shields. And do this because we're going to get shot from each side now. Keep blasting this jackal. Although honestly, they seem very resistant to las weaponry. Wait, those are autocannons, never mind. They're running away, pussies. Blow 'em up. Cool. You know, Necron guns on their ships, like, kinda wimpy. Is it just me? Whoa, that one woke up. Okay, good to know. Damn it, gotta jump away. Take him down. Okay. Keep up the pressure. Hit him with the plasma batteries. Drop the sonics. Wait, Audacity of Janos torpedo launcher. Yeah, the sonic torpedoes. I was like, what? A little confused for a second, is all.
The shield has fallen.
That's okay.
And we will meet their blows with steel, flesh, and valor.
Yeah, see? It can't even win a fight against our escort frigate. and frankly, that's kind of sad. I feel like if you can't beat the escort frigate, then you really shouldn't even be in the. You really shouldn't even be on the battlefield. How am I doing? I'm doing great, Maggie. I have finally properly recovered from my illness. I am no longer suffering as much from the cold. I still have a little bit of a sniffles, but a little bit of the sniffles, but I'm not. I am no longer cooked. All right, sword class frigate, you got it. Blow him up. Kick his ass. Oh. Aw, he gave up on the frigate, so he's gonna come fight us. Wow, those torpedoes are just bad. I was like, maybe they'll be good. No, they're just bad. Beat his ass. Beat him with sticks and bullets. There you go. We did it. We did it, chat. Are you proud of me? Please be proud of me. The Xenos are defeated, and your men board the enemy ship, cutting their way through the bulkheads to the source of the signal. They find the decayed remains of a Von Valancius boarding party. One of the corpses clutching a voxcaster, sending the voice of the dead out into the void. All of them fell many decades ago. Interesting. A data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The words, "Hope is poison, kill it and death becomes easy and desirable," were scratched into the stock. Study the contents of the data slate. You find a single order given by Lady Theodora. The boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xenos vessel and hold off the enemy until the Dynasty flagship withdraws to a safe distance. Bring the remains up to the flagship, give them a proper burial in the crypt. A prayer service for the fallen is broadcast through the flagship. In the following days, people line up to honor the martyrs in the ship's chapels. That looks so tiny in his hand. I don't think anybody here benefits from using this. Yeah. It's an autocannon, but for some reason it deals less damage than a bolter, so it's like... Okay, I guess. Did I not chart this one? Like, you say it's an uncharted system, but like, I've been in here. I've been inside the system. So I don't understand. What is its, It's a baby autocannon. Yeah, pretty much. It's an autocannon for ants. More unknown ship. And before I forget... We'll grab... Steady hand. Okay. Now quit leaving the goddamn party, Argenta. Not if I go into maximum overdrive. That's because one of the skills was called maximum overdrive, wasn't it? One of the ships is called. Yep, there it is. I was like, He saw that word. He saw those words on the screen and it triggered a memory. Oh. Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The rogue trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes form a tangle. Of paths and obstacles, a maze. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades, decorated with scraps of leather and withered crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drukhari have been here. Send out a squad of scouts. As they comb over the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperium make, blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a date slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. The servants of Von Valancius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked two locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Okay. The scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discover a camouflaged pit studded with strong, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. Analyze it. The rogue trader's people recognize the grotesque figure as a Drukhari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its master. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a picked recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drukhari's victims. Destroy it. The flask explodes into shrapnel fragments under a salvo from the scouts' rifles. The remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined in the ship's laboratory and put to good use, or destroyed on the order of the rogue trader. Continue exploring. Deep prints belonging to landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the Von Valancius scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition, and a monogram formed from the letters XC, Xavier Calcazar. An officer voiced the proposition that the initials correspond to the name of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Yeah. Search for other objects in the grasses. Ooh. Interesting. The segment of the dry grasses, a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder, has been cut as its scythe. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of the Drukhari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo, a silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp shapes. Burn away all traces. The predatory structures do not burn easily, and it takes a long time for them to heat up. When the flames finally gather strength, turquoise explosions flash amid the yellow-orange waves. Whatever was down there was dangerous. Yeah. They're surrounding that planet. Lord Captain, there was an incident on a flight deck. The planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest to the Honorable Ulfar, Angel of the Emperor. The moment he learned about this, he abandoned ship. He ordered the shuttle be provided to him and directed it to the world before us. We do not know where exactly he wished to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing site. Have I not been notified of his actions right away? He forbade it, and the Enforcer did not dare to defy an Angel of the Emperor. I'm very sorry. How did this happen? Well, Lord Ulfar simply showed up at the deck, drove the Enforcers away, and demanded he be granted clearance for takeoff. Your servants became frightened and dared not disobey his orders. I see. I apologize for having to bring you this troubling news, Lord Captain. Why the fuck are you apologizing? Is it your fault? Did you do it? Did you do it? You fucking void fuck! No, it's like, You didn't do that shit. What the fuck were you? What the fuck was anybody gonna do? It's a space wolf showing up and saying, "Yeah, I'm going down to the planet." What are you gonna say? No? What do you? What the fuck? What do you think I expect out of you? Like, yeah, say no to the Space Marine. That's gonna work out. I need to bring her in because she looks sick right now, and she got some really nice items that I still haven't used on her. Alright, let's go. The scouting party, led by the rogue trader himself, makes planetfall in the frozen world. The shuttle on which Ulfar Thunderlung departed the ship has been designated to the starting point for the search. Said shuttle is found at the landing site, intact and undamaged. Scott examined the stolen shuttle. The machine spirit is in fine form and is ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination, but a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Scout the area. Scouts discovered numerous structures, burial grounds, and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled these star systems. All of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral silence, stillness. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos have been detected. The group bravely ventures onward into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The winds howling, like a pack of hungry spirits. Oh man, now I want to play Witcher 3. God damn it, there's so many games I want to play. Sorry, I cannot let you through. Space Wolf looks this direction without encouraging words, of course. I just imagine that. Oh man, the funniest thing is that Ulfar would probably go, "Oh, you wish to encourage me? Then come with me," and just picks the guy up and brings him with him. Or at least pretends like he's gonna bring him along, and then just leaves him behind. Sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevice, hidden under the snow's crust, suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions, who hear the telltale crack in time, that saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the world's surface. Investigate the ship. The ship is identified as the Revelation Granted, the merchant cog commandeered by the baleful Howl on footfall. No signs of struggle or other misfortune are found aboard, only some useful cargo in the hold. Contrary to expectations, no crew members are found, dead or alive. The ship has been abandoned, and its fuel systems are non-functional. Promethium has frozen solid and ruptured the tanks and pipes. Correct. Escalating storm sweeps over the group as if trying to bury them in darkness, snow, and obliterating whirlwinds. Look for signs of Ulfar. Fresh tracks in the snow leading to the ship's airlocks indicate that he was here, and recently. However, he was not alone. The scouts find strange dips in the snowdrift surrounding the ship. It seems as someone was watching the ship from a position buried in the snow around the same time that Ulfar Thunderlung was searching it. Contact the ship in orbit. The raging storm makes it impossible to establish a Vox link with the rogue trader's vessel, leaving the expedition stranded without aid. But probably not for long. The officers on the bridge should have immediately dispatched help as soon as contact with the scouting party was lost. Good. Send scouts to survey the area. The enforcers search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return, in fact. Several seem to have lost their way and failed to make it back to the ship. Decide which direction the search will go in next. In the raging blizzard, it is impossible to determine which way the Space Wolf might have gone. A pair of brave trackers strike out on a long-distance scouting run and still have not returned, hours later. Take shelter in the ship and set up camp. The bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. Temperature inexorably plummets. Many members of the expedition suffer from frostbite, while others lose their fortitude and morale. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow in the darkness, and it was definitely not Ulfar Thunderlunk. Double the sentries. Despite the reinforcements, sentries cannot conceal their fear. The unknown has robbed them of their courage. A messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Arm everyone, have them take up defensive positions. Casting food aside and rousing from fitful sleep, every member of the expedition prepares to fight and defend the blessed rogue trader. A terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm. The clash and clamor of battle is followed by a furious, agonized scream. Send the party toward the sounds of battle as soon as possible. Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in the darkness and swirling snow, they blindly stride toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Has to be me doing it. Oh, no it doesn't. Send the soldiers forward, trusting in their tactical skill and lessons taught to them by the Lord Captain. The enemy is concealed by the snow and the darkness, forcing the soldiers to fire in all directions, by some miracle not hitting each other. First one fighter, then another vanishes with a desperate shriek, dragged off by the unknown enemy into the roiling depths of the storm. But the enforcers' courage and stubbornness win out. Boldly pushing forward, they drive the mysterious enemy from the battlefield and into a retreat. Ulfar is found lying in the blood-soaked snow. Should be blood-caked. You can't soak snow because it, immediately absorbs it. You can't soak snow, because snow is water, right? And it crystallizes, so when you put another liquid on top of it, it doesn't actually soak it, it cakes it, or coats it, right? It doesn't even coat, because it, impregnates it completely, so it would be blood-caked snow. His body covered in grievous wounds, but the wolf continues to cling to life. With great care, he is borne to the shuttles and, wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Alright, let's finish exploring this place, and then we'll go talk to the fucking idiot. What the fuck did Ulfar do? He went after the Baleful Howl, which was his pack. His squad, basically. Packs are what Space Wolves call their squads, so it's like 10 Marines. And the Baleful Howl lost him and 2 others to the Dark Eldar, and then they went out searching for them, right? And these other 7 guys, they took a merchant vessel into these coordinates, which matches with that planet, and we found their ship, but we didn't find their bodies. And apparently there's a beast out there that can take down a space marine.
This void ship will not be defeated.
Okay, so they've got a cruiser and 2 frigates. But we've got Argenta as our master cannoneer. Fucking goddamn it! Why can I not have one goddamn fight with all of my fucking teammates on the fucking thing? I keep fucking losing people! No! Ah, goddamn it. Fucking Ulfar. Alright, blow it the fuck up, get him. Spin him. Oh wait, I can't. Psych, get spun! Let's do this. Cannot be used again. Yeah, what the fuck? I didn't use it. What? I guess it can only be used in like the speeding up portion of the turn. Okay, go ahead and hit him with this, and he should die on his turn. Blast him. Cool. Reload. Blast him. And we're good. But there's so many RPGs that I want to play. I want to play Kingdom Come on stream. Just want to replay the game, and I think that it'd be fun to do that on stream. But I'll probably do that January because KCD 2 is coming out on February. I want to play Witcher 3 on stream. I still haven't gotten to do that. And I've been meaning to replay it on the hardest difficulty. Because, like, I think I started a replay of it maybe 3 times, and I just never got around to finishing it. And I think doing it on stream is a good way to make sure I actually finish, because I wanna do that. It's a really good game, and I think it deserves replaying every once in a while. And Dungeon Siege. I was thinking of which Dungeon Sieges I'd want to play, right? Because, like, there's Dungeon Siege 1, which is just this very basic. Each person has, like, you get up to 6 companions, up to 5. You get up to 6 people in a party, including pets and people. And you can have up to four like click types for each person, right? Because you attack by clicking, and you have a melee weapon, a ranged weapon, and 2 possible spells. And it's a very simple system, but I like those simple games, right? I like it. I think there's a beauty to it that a lot of games that now try to overcomplicate the RPG genre don't understand. Like, you cannot just you can't just overcomplicate a system and expect it to be complex, because then it's too much and people don't get drawn in by it, right? Especially if you're controlling, like, multiple companions in a real-time game, in a real-time like gameplay. You cannot give all that many micromanagement commands to a party if they have too many things that they can do. So I like the Dungeon Siege 1 because of that. Dungeon Siege 2 is kind of similar in that respect, where it's still kind of simple, but it adds a talent tree and all that stuff. But that game does a lot of things that I think are just wrong, right? I think that if you're playing an RPG and you're like level 10, and you encounter a dungeon, and that dungeon is level 26, and the only solution is, and it's not as though it's like, oh, it's just challenging, so you can actually do it, but it's just going to be really hard. No, it's impossible for you to do it, because even the lowliest of enemies is going to one-shot you, and this is a game about, like, leveling and stats and preparation, right? When that's the case, the only solution is to just ignore that dungeon and come back later. But that completely messes up the flow of the game, in my opinion, and it's not fun to experience. So I think Dungeon Siege 2 does that a lot, but it has, like, these really nice complexities that I really would like to play through, because I never finished the game, right? And I have the DLCs, and I really want to do that. So I don't know. After I'm done with this, I'm thinking I'll go either Planescape Torment, which is another game that I really want to play, but then there's also Dungeon Siege 1, 2, and Dungeon Siege 3 is, like, the opposite of that. Like, it does to Dungeon Siege what Veilguard did to Dragon Age, right? Where it went from, like, this really RPG-esque game to more of an action game. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just a completely different experience. Though I do think that Dungeon Siege 3 did it in a way that isn't as enjoyable, my opinion, right? But, you know, I did really like Dungeon Siege 1, and I think Dungeon Siege 2 had a vibe to it. I just don't know if that vibe was the correct vibe. Alright, so, a puzzled auger operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the Von Valencius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. Well, yeah, this is the flagship of the Von Valencius dynasty. If there's a shuttle there, it almost certainly came from us. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Request a full report on the shuttle. In the registry, the expeditionary shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstance of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remain, you gather that it was sent to explore some object on an unknown world on the order of Lord Captain Theodora and never returned. Getting a lot of that. Explore the tunnel. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand. The Von Valenci's coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment, on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the Explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors, giving way to huge black halls. Hey, yo. Huge black what now? Where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouettes of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. The suffocating, oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps, deafening, and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches. Just a second. I'm going to note down that I had some good words before, so I might want to clip those for later. Incendia, stay on the ship. Let's vibe out. We had Incendia for that one fight, and she just did not do that much. I don't know, man. It feels as though Incendia would have been better off being an officer, like a commander or something. I don't know. Because she's a soldier master tactician.
Registering structural damage to numerous graves and the expiry of the expedition team. Initiating investigation to determine if the cause was gross incompetence or extraordinary circumstances.
My, you are a heartless cog, aren't you? Why is your first reaction always to accuse everyone of incompetence? Touchy subject, is it?
I mean, to be fair, they were very clearly outnumbered and getting attacked from all sides. I say we could probably count this as extreme circumstances. But like, she's a soldier, master tactician. Now, master tactician can get some really hard hitting attacks, but then she's built for dual wielding pistols. And I think she would have been much better off if she was carrying a single melta gun. Because if I was making a soldier master tactician, the way I do it, first of all, I wouldn't do it. But the way I do it is melta gun, make sure that she goes last, stack up as much damage on that one attack as I can, and then just have her deal like 1,000 damage in one blow. But at the end of the day, that's just a bad thing. Like, why, right? Like, you get much more out of a Master Tactician if you have them be a support character for everybody else, and then have them carry the pistols, sure. But the point of that is less for them to deal damage, and more for them to have an option to deal damage. The bodies of Sakatari, whose flesh and armor have disintegrated in various places, judging by their wounds, they were shot during a hasty retreat. Not good. The creature emitted a low hum, alternating with strange metallic screeching.
Xenos scum! You don't belong in this galaxy!
Death stands before you.
God, Necrons are so fucking badass. How are there people who think Necrons are lame? Like, ooh, they're just skeletons. And? Motherfucker, you gonna sit here and tell me skeletons aren't fucking badass? They're fucking Terminators. It's an entire species of Terminators. What do you mean they look goofy? The only goofy motherfucker here is you, bitch. But yeah. Trying to force a master tech, a soldier to go master tactician, it's just bad. It's just bad. It's just a bad combination. Sorry, I had to mute because I was coughing. Okay, let's just mark these guys as prey. She's our only bounty hunter this time. But, I don't know, I feel like when you have too many bounty hunters, it starts, like, bugging out, and you don't get, like, the full effect of some things. So it just gets a little annoying. Let's go ahead and take that guy down, even if he doesn't get taken out. Okay, he's down. Down, not out. It's good enough, for now, for a bit. I want to see if I can set down a trap somewhere. Put that there. Sure. Fairly certain all of these guys are going to be dead before they can, before they get a chance to do much.
Don't get too cocky.
Go ahead and give him more resolve. God damn, he's got high as fuck resolve. And he gets so many temp HP from her because she has super high fellowship. Because he gets extra temp HP based on the fellowship of the person casting it. So like he gets 12 extra temp HP each time he gets a buff from her. And the temp HP he gets stacked, supposedly. I don't know why it's not going up though. Probably because she has too few points for it to actually work. Yeah, see, this time it worked. All right, give him an extra turn. Big strength, big toughness. He's still not fully buffed, but he's still gonna hit this thing hard enough that it's gonna feel it. And I think that that's more important than anything else. Okay. Nice.
If it serves your cause.
Okay. Put down another trap.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Do I want to give him a turn? Oh shit, I didn't even see this guy. Yes, we do. We want him to have another turn so we can actually finish this fight right away. Oh wow, a lot of temp HP right now. Coolio.
I'll make it happen.
Okay, so that will reach him. So let's buff up. Mark him. Go down there.
I refuse.
I don't want to use these outside of his turn because then he'd lose the temporary hit points, which will give him a massive bonus to damage on his turn. So it'll be wasteful. got an immortal right there. Can't say I like looking at him. So I'm just going to erase him from existence. What do you guys think? You guys think that's a fair response to a Necron immortal appearing in my vicinity? Just fucking erasing them? I think so. I think the Emperor would be proud of me.
I'll see to it personally.
I eat my vegetables, I kill my Xenos, and the Emperor loves me.
Who if not me? The best defense
I love those
is a good
fucking
offense.
memes where it's just like, hello, yes, Mr. God Emperor of Mankind. Timmy here doesn't want to. Timmy here doesn't want to eat his vegetables. You talk to him, and it's Homelander, like on the verge of tears, answering the phone. Homelander speaking. I fucking love those memes, bro. All right, kick his fucking ass. Get him.
It's as good as consider this a taste of what's to come.
Okay. Okay. So let's get some more temp HP. More temp HP. More. What's up, man? How's it going, Anguished One?
I'll make
We're beating the
it
fuck out of Necrons. Wow. I didn't know I could do that. Wait, where the fuck did you come from? Elliot? Remove his testicles. This is why Argenta's better.
I always wanted for
I don't know why that was so funny. I don't know why that made me laugh. Why? What the fuck? Tiny fucking deal just fucking knocked his ass on his ass. Why? Is that a thing it can do? No. Then what? Oh right, it's the gloves. It's the fucking gloves. That's why. Oh man. Why? Why did I laugh at that? Oh Jesus. Anyway, kill him.
Justice for the weak.
I just hyped you up. I literally just hyped you up, Argento. Making me look stupid and shit. Alright. Fucking clear your name.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Jesus fucking Christ, Argenta. You can't shoot for shit. Alright, kick him. Maybe that one you'll hit. Alright, you like flaming things, so yeah, there you go. There you go. So fucking disappointed in Argenta. Like, what are we doing here, Argenta? Is it miss o'clock already? Why is her... Why is her hit chance so low? Did her ballistic skill go down? What's happening? Oh boy. Yeah, this is kind of the thing with Necrons that you kind of learn as you fight them more and more, right? If you see inactive Necrons, they're not inactive, they're waiting. Because if they really were inactive, like if they were disabled, they would just be teleported back home. They wouldn't stay there. If they're staying there, there's a reason for them to stay there. You should be shooting at them. Like, if a Necron is on the ground, just like this, it's not fucking dead. It's sleeping. And you're about to wake him up if you get too close. You should wake him up with a bolt gun. Dick! Okay, Argenta it's dead enough. No, that's the problem, because it's gonna get up. It's gonna get up. If it's just like this, it's alive. It's alive, it's waiting. If it's like in pieces, okay. But if not, then that shit is not gonna go well for you if you just let it stay there. Argenta, you bitch! Quit your fucking missing! What the fuck do I keep you around for? Good enough. Good enough. Welcome back, Argenta. Reload that shit. Oh. Nah. She does do a lot of damage with that flamer. I need to use this flamer more, actually. Holy shit. She is stacked when it comes to that. Let's do this. Her ballistic skill is very much not pulling its weight right now. But why? These things don't have particularly high stats. She has really high ballistic skill right now, so it's like I'm confused as to why she's not doing as well as she normally would be. All right, do this again. What's the fire rate on this thing? Yeah, ain't no way we're getting all those shots off. 48% chance to hit. Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. This is unacceptable.
We're just gonna keep doing. We're just gonna keep trying. She's gonna hit him eventually. There you go. Okay, so... There you go. Both of those are now active. Let's mark these death marks for death. Okay, reduce the dodge and armor of this thing a little bit. Not a lot, but it's still enough that it'll make a difference. Hurt him. No, it's not. Because you are now below half health. If this shit was insignificant, it wouldn't have done that. Dumbass. And when that guy dies, I want you to take another turn. You missed. Okay. Now, we're gonna redeem Argenta. Because this bitch is not pulling her weight right now. We need her redeemed. We are not Indian scammers. We want her redeemed. We want her to redeem. Do redeem. Let's, you know, just in case this thing thinks we haven't seen it, so it doesn't get confused. Damn, that pillar's actually fucking me. Damn.
This
Heinrichs?
battlefield air is good for my lungs.
What the fuck happened to your leg, Heinrichs? Where did this happen? Oh, must have been one of the death marks. Huh. Oh well. Fire.
You will not undo me.
You wanna bet? Because, like, it wouldn't be the first time somebody said that shit to me. Trust me. It would definitely be the first time they'd be right, though.
Insignificant.
Was it? Was it really? You will not unmake me. Dumbass. Oh, you thought I was done? Nah. Let me go ahead and buff, oh no, I can't buff Esteban. Bro can't see him. Well, laser beam.
Step aside. I'm done with this one.
Wait. Can we get the collateral? Yeah, collateral. Yeah, collateral. Easy, bro. Easy. So wait, that was it? No lore, no loot? I mean, we got some lore. I mean, loot. Oh. What do you mean? I don't know how I could have. The Nephilim's books of wisdom, knowledge received from the Omnissiah himself by his most beloved children, knowledge that led to the most terrible betrayal of all. Touch the surface of the slab. Try to carve your initials into the slab. Oh my god, what the fuck am I, a teenager? You spent several minutes trying to carve your initials into the ancient xenosun with your knife, but the metal instantly heals any damage done to it. The idea seems more pointless with each passing moment. Take a swing at the slab. Might as well stab the tank. The blade recoils from it with an unpleasant grating sound. It slips out of your hand and flies off. Step away. Wait. How to decipher Xenos language? Rogue trader. It's the second crypt in Act 5. This is the second crypt in Act 5. First system, land there, pass 3 checks, 2 low Xenos, 1 tech use. Oh. I guess I fucked up. Let me see if we can go back there then. Oh, wait, there's loot here. Goodies! Let's see if we can go back to that first crypt then. Because it's not the second crypt, it's the first one. Where the fuck are you guys going? No, bitch, there's stairs here. Interesting. Can you use this? No. And it's a Drukhari cannon, right? Yeah. Pass. We hit a pass on the Xeno heresy. I don't know, it's like some Xenos weapons I wouldn't mind using, right? Like if I was a rogue trader or an inquisitor or whatever, and somebody handed me like an Eldari sniper rifle, I probably wouldn't mind using it. Drukhari weapons, though, they seem more made to cause pain than to be effective in combat. So I don't think I'd want to use something like that. Ever. I wouldn't see the point. So let's go back to the debris of Batiata. Let's go back to that goddamn planet and see what the hell I missed. It's in this ice world. We've got our Xenos, Expert. I think it's Jay, she has the highest. And we've got Pascal for tech use. So there should be a first cogitator. Is it this thing?
Keep your wits about you.
Or did I just miss my chance? Because I hate that shit. I hate it when there's no reason to take away my opportunity to do something and it still gets taken away. Like, if the computer's still there, if the cogitator's still there, I should be able to do it. It wasn't blown up, it wasn't destroyed, it's still there. Let me get it, right? But yeah, it should be here. Apparently there's people complaining that it's bugged. Yike. Oh, yeah. If you interact with the central cogitator before doing the translation, you don't even get to attempt it. Great. So stupid.
I always keep my options open.
It's stupid because, you know, it's like if I have no reason to expect something, If I have no reason to watch out for a punishment, you're not punishing somebody, you're just hitting them. Right? If somebody didn't do something wrong, and you quote-unquote punish them, it's not a punishment. It's just abuse. So we recovered Ulfar, right? So the fuck, where is he? Oh, gotta ask the Voxmaster. How is Ulfar? Has he regained let's ask this. He is feeling better, Lord Captain. The ship's chirurgeon was amazed at his resilience. He's a space marine, what the hell did he expect? The esteemed Lord Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chamber. Have a servant escort me to Ulfar's quarters. Hey, dipshit. Fuck were you thinking? Bruh. Like, I ain't gay. But if I was, and I entered this chamber, and there was just this glistening, absolute Adonis in front of me, I'd need a break. I would, for a second, I would understand like 5% of the thirst that Twitter has for like the average male in a Dragon Age game. It doesn't even need to be an attractive male, just like, you know. Ulfar's dark figure towers over you. His head is lowered, his hair hanging in a curtain across his face. His fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars, held together by metal staples and covered with black spiked runes for physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely. Vater, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. You stole my shuttle. I'm glad you survived, Ulfa. Let's go this way. I always survive. I'm pleased my servants found a fitting shrine for your armor. The splendor and monumentality of the chamber befits the solemnity of the sacrament unfolding within. As if performing an intricate dance, the servants of the Omnissiah move in time with the murmuring mechanisms, circling the massive space wolf while he stands utterly still. The scent of sacred incense fills the air, giving the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. It's funny, incense, while it's burning, I hate the smell, right? But later, after, when it's like on clothes, and I've actually smelled armor at it was this church that I went to like a really long time ago, but I remember they had this like, I don't even remember where the fuck it was, but I know it wasn't like in the rough area that I live, but it was like this church, and they had this suit of armor there on display because it had religious significance, right? And with the incense, the way that the incense like clings to metal, it smells like intoxicating. I I don't know, man. Like I'm not saying I condone the shit that was done in the Crusades, but after smelling that armor, I get it. Servants of the Omnissiah move in time with the mermaid, circling the massive space wolf. The scent of sacred incense fills the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. An Astartes needs very little. A cell and a table where I can perform the purifying rite on my weapon. That is all I require. But to keep the armor bestowed upon me by the Allfather in such shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vesting ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath, the rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. Why did you decide to go to that world alone? So I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Eichvater. It is not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because the burden of those deeds is heavy, and they reek of death. Just consider what kind of threat you could have been facing, in a place where an entire pack of Astartes has disappeared. If I had risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, Would that have been worthy of me? You do not you did not do all that well on your own. And it grieves me. Alas, my enemy, whoever they were, proved too swift, and my thoughts were in turmoil. The air of that world reeks something foul, not of corruption, but crime. I kind of would like to have told him, hey, people died getting you back. Don't do that shit again. Did you find any trace of your brothers? The vessel I found, the revelation granted. That was them. Inside there were signs that wolf scouts leave for their brothers. The baleful howl landed the ship on the surface and left, and the rest of the crew disappeared. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path, and battle ensued. What foe is capable of besting you in combat? Your wounds were truly terrifying. An evil spirit. It attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. Ulfar points to a particularly gruesome scar on his chest and the strike clearly intended for one of the Space Wolf's two hearts. The wound gives off a strong medicinal smell, but it is not one you recognize. Probably a Fenrisian balm brewed by Ulfar himself. Your healers would faint after one whiff of such a potion. The snow covered my eyes, and I could only make out a shadow, but it moved fast, and it was strong. The Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace. That blow would have been my last. The wolf says these words with chilling nonchalance. I can still feel its claws on my chest, frost-shredding flesh. Wounds left by spirits are dangerous. They create a spiritual link between your body and its pernicious mind. The only way to heal such mutilations is to brew a potion from the blood spilt by their incorporeal bodies. The evil spirit wounded me too. Then we are both marked. Our bodies will be tormented by its deadly touch until it is defeated. But fear not, Edgewater. We will defeat it. I swear it. Your pack seems to have led an entire ship's crew to their deaths. Do not blame us for what we are. Death always clings to the warriors of the Allfather, and we are fated for no deeds other than those accomplished in the jaws of Mordkai. I see. You seem more somber. By bitter paths comes wisdom, in wake of bloody losses and shattered dreams. Heavy thoughts weighing on its broad shoulders. It enters unbidden and takes a seat by your heart. Have you been thinking about your life? About the future? Have you ever wondered what it means to be an Astartes? To know no other family but your brothers in battle? To know no other feast but the joy of slaying your enemies and extolling your fallen comrades. To know with certainty that your death will be terrible, brutal, agonizing. For time holds no sway over us, and no warrior of the Allfather has ever breathed his last in a soft bed. Death holds no fear for us, Edgewater. We have been eating at the same table since day one. Perhaps something good awaits you in the future. Listen, Edgewater. When the wolf priests tested me, I went to the gate of Mordkai. A dark place where real space and the thoughts of the great wolves intertwine like the tentacles of a kraken. Everyone who appears before the gate is granted a vision, and mine was a dark omen. I saw myself in two guises, one as white as the moon, the other as black as the lowering sky, and the two were locked in combat. As for which me emerged victorious, that was hidden from my sight. But that is not what frightened me. The Black Wolf's gaze was fearsome, full of more pain than he could ever inflict himself. It drove him mad, turning him into a monster. And as dark as he appeared, I recognized myself in him. After all, I was made for destruction, torment, annihilation. I am the more agile monster. Does that mean that, by the All-Father's design, I must drink this cup of pain to the bottom in order to fulfill his plan? I do not know. The fight between light and dark in ourselves is something that we're always going to recognize in monstrous creatures. It's why villains that have some depth are so good, and why we encounter ourselves in them so much. And it's also why it's important to recognize the capacity for darkness in ourselves, but it's also important to recognize the capacity for good. You're not just the black wolf, you're both wolves. So as much as you recognize yourself in the black wolf, the wolf that is, a monster, recognize the potential for good as well, because that's just as important, if not more. Tell me why there are no rhymes in your songs. Rhymes are empty frippery. A saga must be alive. If the words happen to fall into a rhyme, well, that is grand. But to make your whole story fit neatly into such a pattern, you must either twist the truth in the service of beauty, or live your life for the sake of a rhyme. Neither is to a wolf's liking. Just. Our sagas are voices sounding through eternity. When we hear them, we do not hear stories. We hear the tellers speaking their words to us now. You still believe you'll find your brothers? I will find them. Probably not alive, but I will find them. Thank you for your answers. You have a right to them. Let me see if I can actually clip that on Twitch. Just a moment. Because it's good to clip stuff, and I understand that y'all don't like clipping stuff yourselves because y'all lazy as fuck. It's also important to recognize why it's important to recognize the capacity for darkness in ourselves, but because that is grand. Rhymes, because that's just as important, if not more. Why it's important to recognize inside you there are two wolves. There you go. Let me see if I can. Oh, you can even edit stuff directly. Cool. And if you do the stacked, cool, apply. Yeah, there you go. That's much better. Yeah, and then send that to the YouTube as well. Cool. Okay. That's pretty nice. That's pretty convenient that they changed that. I think about it. It's funny that both Blood Angels and Space Wolves can turn into a monster. Black Rage for the Angels, and the Wolf for the Wolves. Yeah, and it's funny that the Space Wolves are much more monstrous in appearance, but in actual fact, the Blood Angels are much more monstrous in behavior. Because a lot of the struggle of Space Wolf is, keeping mortals away because they have to go on these journeys and do these dangerous things, right? They're much more honorable warriors, honorable savages almost. Whereas Blood Angels, they're dark heroes, where they do all these heroic things, but at any moment they flip and start murdering everybody. Like I read this like book which was just a collection of short stories for Flesh Terrors, And the sheer amount of times where a Blood Angel will just, and the Flesh Terrors do suffer from the Black Rage a lot more, but like, when a Blood Angel goes crazy, they just start murdering. And that shit does not happen with Space Wolves. With a Space Wolf, you either go crazy at the start or you're fine. Or it's more, and when they do go crazy over time, it's more about a loss of their own code, right? It's when it's an actual failure of philosophy on their part. More so than with Blood Angels, which they're just cursed, right? They're just doomed from day one. Same thing isn't true for Space Wolves. What are the servants doing? "'Tis time for me to don my skin again," Ulfar shrugs wearily, his body giving off heat and animal scent, bro. This shit... Seriously, if the Book Talk girlies got their hands on a really well animated 40K show, like, we would not be ready. You think Jujutsu Kaisen girls are thirsty? Bruh, if we get a well animated Space Wolf, the sheer fucking horniness that will hit us will be comparable to, like, I don't even know what. It'll be like a nuclear bomb of just horny that will just hit us from 1 second to the next. Like, if you want to know just how horny women can get, go on TikTok and just look up Gojo edits from Jujutsu Kaisen, and then just read the comments. And if there's ever a 40K animation that goes into like a Space Wolf, or just, I think a Space Wolf would be like the best for this, because they're very personable, they're very human, and they have this noble savage thing that people really like. So I think a Space Wolf would be the best for this. But if they do it with this animation of a Space Wolf with mortals, and this just him becoming more personable and more humane, the level of thirst that would be unlocked would be insurmountable. People would die. One of the servants opens a casket containing contact unguent. It'll be used to anoint each of the black carapace's neural ports, marring the wolf's skin. The sacred augmentation seamlessly fuses Ulfar's body with his armor and every fiber bundle of it. Seriously, this could be so pornographic in the right hands. I feel flayed without it. What about the naked Custodes? No. Because see, Custodes are almost like automatons, right? In a lot of cases, they are very much unfeeling. And even I say automatons in the sense that like they are very emotionless around mortals. I say a Space Wolf because a Space Wolf is amongst the most human Astartes you can find. I feel flayed without it. Recently I've been trying to remember what it is like to live without a skin. I can't. Too many years have passed. What will you do now? I must return. My foe awaits me, and it would be dishonorable to retreat from this battle. But I will need help in the fighting. You can count on me. I know it, Father. Ulfar nods to the servants, and in low voices they begin a guttural prayer. Shadows leap across the walls, twisting together in a majestic and savage dance. In the flickering candlelight, the sacred rite is performed. The angel of the Emperor is clothed in the armor of unwavering faith and his wrath. Yeah, I just know that if there was an artist who read that scene, they would just immediately have to draw either a really pretty female tech priest just lathering that unguent on the like the ports in his skin, just like massaging his shit, or they do it with a femboy. But I know that if an artist read that shit, they'd have to draw it. Either that, or I'm hanging out with too many Dragon Age fans. Alright, let's do this. We'll leave Argenta behind, and we'll bring him.
Is there money to be made?
Centuries of service and practice.
I think I'll give that to Incendia. Have her rock out with 2 Melta pistols. Might even give her the Melta gun from Abelard as well. And just have her rock out with triple Melta. What's your demolition that you're the highest? Fair enough. It's not like super high, but it's also not low.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Save your jests about fur fleas and marked territory. I heard enough of them back on Fenris.
That means that space wolves call each other dogs. They make jokes about fleas at each other. That's hilarious. His brothers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's one missing. My brothers. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the Hole of the Allfather with my brothers. Look around. The snow-covered battlefield reveals little, but it is clear that the wolves gave furious battle one last time. The rocks are pitted from bolter strikes, and here and there you see scorch marks left by plasma charges. Who are they fighting? I smell no corruption on their bodies, and I see no traces of Xenos weapons. I think they did battle with humans here. What do you think they were looking for here? I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone here. Otherwise this crime would not have been committed. I'm sorry they died. Do not be sorry, Eitvater. They died with honor, as the Allfather's warriors should. In the hall of Kjalhala, their horns will be full to the brim with heady mead. Ulfar gnashes his teeth in anguish. I sense evil in their deaths. The souls of the baleful howl are not at rest, but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the Allfather. I must escort them to him. Will you bear witness to the last honor given to my brothers? Why me? Our sagas have long since become one, and tradition bids that the burial be witnessed by another clan member, not an outsider. I have no one closer than you here. What are you going to do? I will sing their sagas so that the world remembers who they were. Then the flames will take their bodies, and we will drink to the memory of my pact, to ease their march to Kjalhala. Perhaps we should return their bodies to Fenris? There is no point now. If they had died recently, and if I were a wolf priest, I would have armed myself with the Fang of Mordkai and extracted their progenoids, the implants containing the memory of the Allfather's blood. On Fenris, they would have been transplanted into young wolves, and the valor of my brothers would have lived on in them. but their bodies have lain here too long, so they should simply be given to the flames, to protect them against scavengers and unworthy hands. I know that you are a man of curiosity, but do not even think about performing the sacrament of harvesting on my brother's bodies. It is forbidden for you. This unit has no intention of assisting a pack of murderous beasts. Holy shit, Pascal! Pascal does not fuck with him at all. I shall bear witness to their final honor. Jesus fucking Christ. This is out. Ulfar produces a knife inscribed with scarlet runes. Picking up a rock from the ground, he begins to scratch the rock's sharp edges across the blade, etching a name. His powerful voice rumbles. Hear now the saga of the baleful Howl Pack, proud warriors of Fenris, Vulca Fenrica. The verses weave together, recounting the deeds of each of Ulfar's dead brothers. With incredible precision in every detail, the wolf lists the accomplishments of his comrades, the enemies they slew, and the sacrifices they made. The saga continues at length, and the relentless rhythm sends you into a trance. Bruh, reading too much makes me yawn. I do not understand. It's not about like sleepiness. It feels like a mechanical thing with my jaw. I don't know what it is. With a grinding screech, the rock is drawn across the knife blade again and again, inscribing one name after another. On the cold world they gave battle, the pack's fierce name never disgracing. So ends the saga of the baleful howl, and the void thunders with echo unending. Fenris Hjolde. Ulfar is silent for a long time. The etched knife blade slices across his huge palm, and scarlet drops paint the snow. His weary voice rasps. Hear my oath, Ulfather. Helga Thura Agimya. With his bloodied hand, the wolf removes the rune-covered horn from his belt, and from a flask pours something dark and sharp-smelling into it. Let us drink to my brother's Eitvater, and then we will build the pyre. What oath did you just swear? It is the oldest oath on Fenris. It translates as, I will avenge or I will be forsaken. What is that? Usually, wolves are commemorated with Mjord, but I'll have to settle for something I made myself. A few poisonous herbs from Janus, some rare toxins traded on footfall. Maybe this brew will overcome the physical might of an Astartes. How I wish that my omen would prove a lie, and that my libation would sour without ever being tasted. Sounds like you're asking me to drink poison. I'm not a madman. It is a strong brew, but it will not kill you. It shouldn't, at least. But it may envelop your mind in a haze of dreams. Do not believe everything you see. The visions may have been sent by the Allfather or by someone less worthy. Why would we drink that? Custom. Back when Leman Russ was still young and did not yet know the Allfather, he found himself in the lost village of the Wave Raiders clan. They had all been slain by monsters, and their souls now wandered the ruins of their homes, crying out for vengeance. Leman Russ could not speak to the dead, comfort them, or grant them peace, because he was alive, and they were not. Then he brewed a mixture of poisoned herbs and drank himself almost to death. The light in his eyes faded, and the figures of the dead appeared before him in the darkness. Russ swore an oath of vengeance before them, and the fire of resentment in their hearts went out. We have been giving our dead the same send-off ever since. Feast well, wolves. Ah! You just know he went full like fucking Raiden. Turn off my fucking alcohol inhibitors. The estrogen liquid burn. There he goes. Yep. Immediately darkens my vision. You just know, like, you take one sip of that, blind instantly. The astringent liquid burns your throat, and a fog immediately descends over your vision. The sky darkens, and the rising wind whistles in your ears. Through it comes the high-pitched cawing of a bird. Ulfar nods approvingly. It is a sign. Fate walks beside us. Skull! Taking back his horn, the wolf takes a mighty swallow of the stuff. You know, I took a sip and I'm fucked. He's gonna chug the whole thing and be fine. Ghosts. Great. But so yeah, that's 6 of them. 3 of them are accounted for, because, like, it's Ulfar who was the leader. He was their Wolfguard battle leader, or pack leader. And then there were 2 more who went and tried to save him. And then you've got these 6 here, but that leaves 1 unaccounted for. Majestic shadows rise in the snowy haze around you, the figures of warriors clad in indestructible armor, bearing an emblem of 2 black fangs piercing the yellow of the sun. 2 black fangs. That's not the emblem on them. The brothers bear witness, which means it's time for us to meet my last comrade. What comrade? There is one missing among the dead, and now I know who I was fighting before. It was Brother Ignilf. What happened to this Ignilf? He went mad with grief over the bodies of his brothers, and the curse of the Wolven prevailed over his valiant heart. He became a beast. Is he dangerous, or will you be able to reason with him? There is no reasoning with one who knows only the black bitterness of hatred. The curse of the Wolven is not only our bane, but also our shield against temptation. When intolerable thoughts take shelter in a wolf's mind, the curse comes and drives them out, dousing them with the waters of anger. You cannot reason with a wolf nor deceive him or entice him. That is our bloody talisman against evil. What are we going to do with him? Corruption is washed away by blood. We will cleanse his spirit, as there is no hope for his body now. None return from the curse embrace. Kalkazar once encountered another of my brothers who had also become a Wolven. Kalkazar captured him and brought him to Fenris. That is the debt we came here to pay. But we have no way of doing what Kalkazar did, so we will have to grant Brother Ignilf peace. Rather than killing your brother, we can just leave him here. Who will he hurt here, after all? We cannot. The curse of the Wolfen is a secret of our chapter, and secrets must be kept. I cannot leave proof of our vulnerability here, for the enemy may find it and use it. The wolf moon raises its head and howls. Then it turns its wise, piercing gaze on you, and the blood rains down from its snow-white fangs onto the frozen world. Imagining returning as a beast, but completely sane. Oh yeah, it would absolutely be a possibility. I don't think it would be the best, though. I think if Leman Russ comes back, he should come back as like an Odin-esque figure. So, you know, carrying Wolfsbane, the Emperor's spear, using fucking ice and foresight powers, accompanied by his 2 wolven companions, because he did have 2 wolf companions, right? Who were their names? Leman Russ wolves. He had 2 Fenrisian wolves who are actually just, you know, dudes. Freki the Swift and Gary the Cunning. He used to hate that spear because, and here's the thing: the reason why he hated that spear wasn't because he disliked it; it was because he disliked what it meant, right? That spear, he looked at it and he knew. One look at that thing, and he knew that that thing existed because it was a part of him, and it was made for killing Primarchs, right? And the power of the Wolfsbane is that it brings out truth. So it's like, yeah, if he comes back for 40k, The major theme of Loyalist Primarch coming back in 40k is that they've awakened themselves and become one with themselves, and they fully accepted themselves. So if that ever becomes the case for Leman Russ, he and that spear are going to be inseparable, right? Because that spear is him. And if he ever accepts himself, then he's going to no longer dislike the weapon. But so let me double check something. There's semi-sentient predator, an enduring symbol of the Space Wolves chapter. Yeah. Fenrisian wolves will fight ferociously. Very few know the sheer diversity that exists. Rome. Yeah, no. Fenrisian wolves predate the Astartes. So, yeah. So the whole there are no wolves on Fenris is a thing, right? Where the Fenrisian wolves are actually people who transformed. Sling one of these. Huh. Apparently, if it's a common-ish thing for Space Wolves to undertake a hunt of Fenrisian wolves, and if they kill the alpha of a pack of Fenrisian wolves, the other wolves will just go, "Oh, yep, you're the boss now," which is actually pretty fucking sick. Put in the packs, being that the most ferocious in the hit. Okay, yeah. So the origin of the Fenrisian wolves is something of a mystery. The Space Wolves have stated that these creatures did not exist on Fenris until the arrival of the world's first human colonists. However, they also cryptically state that there are no wolves on Fenris. What this refers to is unknown. Yeah, because Fenrisian wolves are actually werewolves. Fenrisian wolves are actually humans turned into these giant wolves. And I think that Leman Russ, when he was sent to Fenris, he became affected by that as well, and it's what the Canis Helix is. So the Canis Helix, when put into an unprepared human, it turns them into wolves. It's why so many of it's why the recruits of the Space Wolves turn into those wolves and not wolven. And then they receive the rest of the Astartes stuff, and then when they fall for the Curse of the Wolfen, which is basically the Canis Helix taking them over, they turn into wolven instead of turning into wolves. Alright, where do you intend to look for him? A toothy grin is the only response you receive. You see fangs lengthening before your eyes. Is it Ulfar laughing at you, or the feral moon suspended in the sky? The fog clouding your mind grows thicker. He will come. Let's do it. Ulfar lets out a belligerent howl, whipping up snow drifts into frightened whirlwinds. You hear a terrible cracking sound. Someone's feet, no, paws, are breaking through the crust of snow on the ground. The beast now comes, and its cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. Fenris thirsts for vengeance. Okay, so we've got these guys. That guy has a plasma pistol. That guy has a pistol and chainsword. And that guy has plasma pistols. So we got two guys with plasma pistols and one guy with a pistol and chainsword. Ice Blade and Eagle Eye. Okay, these guys are squishier. This guy's a little tougher. Put you here, put you here. Einen. Do a tune. Oh yeah, he's also a bounty hunter, is he? But no, I made him an executioner. Never mind, he's not a bounty hunter anymore. Damage this guy a bit. Not looking for kills right now, just damage. Lol, he hit his friend. Ow, dick. Ow, dick. Okay, Ulfar didn't go down. Start buffing.
Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, this is just temp wounds, not a buff. This is a buff though. But for some reason it doesn't count as a buff. Is this a buff? Because whenever the wearer is targeted by an ally's ability, the wearer gains ally's fellowship bonus temporary wounds. It's not doing it though. Like it should be doing it. Unless it's meant to be like once per turn. But then why doesn't it just say that, right? I'm a little upset this guy survived. Because it messed up the flow. Okay. Go ahead and do this. Okay. Alrighty. Fight him. One more.
If I must.
This. Keep giving allies more and more armor. Because that does seem to apply to this, which is very dope. Means that when his turn comes, it's going to be insane how hard he hits.
I'll make it happen. That is a taste of what's to come.
But I don't think he's going to get to play on his turn, because I'm fairly certain he's going to clear the whole place out before that happens. Yeah, let's just do this. Might as well, the fight's over. Vanguard's a weak class, by the way. And here comes the Woven. My verses you will hear, glorious brothers, of how the paths of Ulfar, called Thunderlung from the first, and the last wolf of the baleful howl, were intertwined. Over his brother's cold body standing, Ulfar the hard-armed... By the way, who sung this? Region classified, location classified. Or retelling on Ulfar and his brothers, the Baleful Howl saga, and on the last wolf verse. Recorded by Arc Chronicle Olkert Memistat. Were intertwined. Over his brother's cold body standing, Ulfar the hard-armed proclaimed to the sky their glorious sagas, and his last homage paid to those warriors proud, as his witness taking his companion of the line von Valancius. The blizzard was raging, and the wind furiously howling, as under that terrible clawed paw the snow crunched, and in the dead light of a moon, strange to human eyes, a beast, long fur, bristling, of death, reeking, into the circle stepped. The All-Father's call too summoned to battle against the beast. You did not fear to meet me, perfidious spirit, who the name Doppelgrendel claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle, though you paid for it with gouged eye. So spoke Ulfar Thunderlung, and the beast replied, Of your spoils you boasted to the priests in vain, Ulfar ever lost. My body alone you wounded, but I your spirit maimed, and your weird crippled. Then came the turn of the Eight Vater to speak. And his words were formidable and filled with wrath. The grin was merry and full of bloody joy. For your insolence you will pay with tears and blood. So answered the dread spirit, and to that harsh oath served the hurricane itself as witness incorruptible. Enough words have been spoken. The powers of words spewed from the beast's mouth, grinning, the cry of the wild hunt, and the embittered souls hearkened. Out of snow and wind, wolf bodies were woven, for the warriors woe died, an unclean death, the unavenged, evil never forgetting. Their ice fangs gnashing, they approached, into the roiling sky howling. The first brother by Ulfar was vanquished. Against the second went von Valancius the brave. The ghostly wolf was struck down with a fearsome blow. In outrage howling, away into the storm he melted, till no trace was left. With dignity was met each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. The pack is defeated, but the beast was not yet vanquished. Bro is gonna punch the shit out of that wolven. Roaring his body he threw into the fray, like a mighty spear thrust. Howling, his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought, a river of blood spilling. Ulfar Thunderlung, his battle song singing. The black curse, his vicious rival echoing. The warriors were clashing when the cunning Eight Vater. Fucking hell. I'm burping up a storm here. Yeah, let's go with this one. Because it has lower chance of... Yeah. Stepped back to his ally, granting breadth to strike. Ulfar held no fear that his strike, broadly sweeping, his ally would catch in a glancing blow. He fought mercilessly, his heavy swings scribing scarlet runes upon the snow. To his knees the beast fell, and suddenly about his grey lips a smile played of guile and fear. Upon the Eight Vater fell the wolf's fiery gaze. By the power of icy Fenris, I do curse you. If you look into the past, you shall see only deceit. If you look into the future, you see only treachery. The false friend's dagger shall open your breast. The arrows of deceit's wrought shall pierce your heart. So spoke the Eight Vater. The spirit born in sorrow cursing, and in the bloody wound he spied. His breast was cut open, his heart was quiet. The Eight Vater's death had caught him unawares. The sweet Mjord my mind has fogged, said the Eight Vater, and like a veil that clouds the gaze, the vision slipped away. Glory to brave hearts that fear not death. In its death rasp, the Doppelgrendel answered, Brother, we were doomed not by the archenemy's followers, nor by the despicable inhumans who did not touch our armor, nor with the dark sorcery did the malefics defeat us. No, 'twas the humans who oaths of friendship swore that plunged the blades in our back. Their treacherous plot in malice hatch, said the spirit, and then it fell silent forever, the noble wolf's body fleeing and peace to it bestowing. The pair stood together over the prostrate body, the body not of a beast, but of a brave fallen soldier. The fearsome Ulfar declared an oath of vengeance, and the mighty wolves of Kjalhalla went charging. They went, knowing that from their betrayers 3 times the blood price would be exacted, and the Eittvater also his speech spoke. Who killed your brothers? From this day forth, who is our foe? The traitor's name for now remains unknown, but in the darkness I will find him and have my vengeance. So answered Thunderlung. The honor of Fenris you have defended, Ulfar Thunderlung. Last of the pack remains. Shame it is you cannot. Let's go with this one. My brothers, the All-Father Hall, entering, will boldly tell that in death they have not been forgotten. With a joyous roar, these words they will answer, for they surely mean that fierce Fenris still stands. So Ulfar's mighty word was spoken. A proud funeral dirge was sung, his brother's weary body, cursed by grief, from his carapace was freed, and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the weird thread cruelly, no enquiries or entreaties accepting. Ulfar Thunderlung cast his gaze, and clearly he beheld, new armor, and a helm. Oh, very nice. The end of his trail. And so ended the saga of the baleful howl. May the Black Mane guide them to Kjalhalla. Only one was not claimed by Morkai the Dark-Hearted. Ulfar Thunderlung stood stalwart upon the ground. Too stubborn for death was this rebellious wolf, too hot to be seized by the chill of the grave. His brothers praising, he raised his deadly axe. Fenris stands, so there will many yet to slay. Glory to the fierce wolf, son of Fenris. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful howl. Daring hunters, fierce fighters, and troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fall. With honor have these wolves gone to Kjalhalla. Let us remember the mighty brother Ulfar, who did not abandon his pack in the snowy wastes. Let us remember the trader of the von Valencius line, he whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry into the face of Hellwinter's gale, Father, we live still, Fenris Hjolda. I'm gonna grab some water because that shit fucked my throat up. Also, disappointed that we lost viewers doing that. Like, come on, man. How are we losing viewers doing that epic ass shit? I'm disappointed in y'all. Y'all need to be getting your friends in here if we're gonna have a party, like, seriously. How am I doing all this work, all this top-tier voice acting, and y'all ain't bringing in your friends and family? Disappointing. I fell asleep, lad. It got boring. Man, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Come on, bruh. I'm out here. I'm trying my dangest. To make the saga really, like, vibe through You out here saying it was boring. May hurting my feelings for no reason. Okay, let's see. So we got this Blood Craver. So less damage from psychic abilities, which bypass armor. Most of them do, at least. When the wearer suffers damage from the psychic ability, the absorbed and redirected energy pushes every adjacent enemy 2 cells away from the wearer. If the target fails, gets knocked prone, and it gives more strength. And it also looks really good. When the wearer suffers damage more than or equal to 69, which is like a quarter of his health, I think. I think it is a quarter. Yeah. Yeah, it's a quarter. This armor unleashes a blast of energy dealing. Yeah, that almost never happens, and when it does happen, it tends to hurt us more often than not. Armor looks sick though. Like, check that shit out. It's got the runes. It's got the gold. Look at that. Look at that shit. Yeah. Love it. And Emperor's Justice. Allies auto-dodge the wearer's burst attacks. Very nice. Not having to worry about that. And over-penetration of wearer's weapon is increased by ballistic skill percentage. So just an extra 100% over-penetration. What? Is that a heresy pattern? No transmog? Yeah, no, there's no transmog. But you were gonna say something, Artuner. You know? And then you just say nothing else. Let me see. Because I think that's a crusade pattern. Or is it iron? No, it's not iron. It's not... It's not Maximus either. It's not crusade. Because crusade is like... Crusade has like... lines. Slits. Oh, you know it. You forgot the it. Okay, so there's actually a lot of patterns of crusade armor. So this could be a crusade pattern. Could be a Mark II helmet. Let me see, Maximus? No, Maximus is basically the same as the call pattern ones. It's not heresy, but it looks really close to a heresy pattern. Looks really close to a heresy pattern armor. It's not Corvus, obviously. And it seems to be very close to Aquila. But you know what it looks like actually? It looks a lot like the helmets that the World Eaters used in the Heresy. Like they've since gone for more Baroque style helmets. So no longer the Sarum pattern, but they now use just the default helmets with like horns and shit shoved in. But yeah, for Space Wolf, for a Space Wolf with all that beard and all that hair, it wouldn't make sense to have that. By the way, I just realized backpack's different with this thing on. That looks sick. Oh my god, dude. This isn't fair, Ulfar. You need to leave some drips for the rest of us, bruh. Bro is stealing all the ladies. Yeah, let's skip. Oh shit, it's actually... Ooh, neat. It looks really nice. So, on hit, target must perform a toughness resistance test on a 10 plus. They fail, they suffer burning and melting, and are stunned. And if they pass, they just suffer burning and melting. Wow. It's like, yeah, fuck you, even if you saved. Like, no, I don't care. I shot you, you're on fire now. But yeah, double Meltas. Or actually double Infernos. It's actually funny that for a very long time there wasn't an Inferno pistol. Dante's Inferno pistol was the only one of its kind for a very long time. And then they kind of started to make more of them. And it became a like a more generalized thing in 40k. I don't know if it, and I say there wasn't any, as in like there wasn't any stories with them. It wasn't stated that it was a unique pistol. There just wasn't any more of them.
It is good to see you. I swear that your name will not be forgotten when I return to Fenris and sing my saga.
I wish to express once again my sorrow for your fallen brothers.
Thank you. Their stories will not be forgotten, but will live on in the chapter's legends. We wolves do not fully die. We leave to hunt in Valhalla. And one day, we will return to this world for the final battle. Glorious will be the day when we brothers are reunited.
Yo, imagine that when Lehman Russ comes back, he's able to just bring back like a bunch of space wolves who everybody thought was dead, or who actually like were dead, and he just brings them back from the dead, and calls them like his Einarjars or whatever. Because Einarjars are the warriors of Valhalla, the dead Viking warriors who, you know, were elevated to Valhalla, and they fight every day. And when Ragnarok comes, they will fight as well. They're the Einarjars. What will you do now, last of your pack?
The pack is no more. I could become a lone wolf, an avenger of the fallen. But my heart yearns for something else. I have missed the company of the warriors of Fenris. When we finish your business here, I will seek out Thorbold Ironhide and accept his generous offer. I will bind myself to ties of blood brotherhood to the Stormbiters.
They should actually also have Valkyries. That would have been a cool faction. They do have Valkyries. It's an Imperial Guard gunship. Do you still believe in the power of the curse upon you?
The curse is strong. There is no doubt about that. But my spirit is stronger than a doppelgrendel. I overcame one in combat, so can I not overcome its magic? No. One day
You know,
I will find the glorious death on the field of battle.
Tell me, what gave you the strength to resist giving in to despair?
Do you remember when I was overcome with rage in the wreathing Tempest Spire? And you reminded me who I was supposed to be fighting for? When I told you of the death of my brothers, Arnulf and Skjaldi, you paid tribute to their valor. And for a moment, I felt as if I were back home on Fenris. And I wanted to return there. When we stood over the body of my brother, Ignilf, you spoke 2 words. You brought my home back to my mind. And then I knew that I was not ready to abandon all hope of seeing it once more. Your counsel, Edvetter. It is what gave me strength.
I saw strange things during the battle. Was it a mirage or warp influence?
Dreams brought on by Mjod mixed with reality and the spells of the Doppelgrendel. How can I say what was true and what was a mirage? Were we fighting against the spirit or against my deranged brother? Did the ghosts of the fallen rise up beside us to weigh our valor on the scales of honor? Or did the drug make us do battle with the wind? It is all true, Edvater. Or perhaps none of it was. The people of Fenris have long known how thin the line between what is real and what is legend. And we were in a legend.
You fulfilled your duty. I congratulate you.
I could not have done it without you, Edvater. Know that, now and always, you will have friends on Fenris. Fenris...
I need to read some Space Wolf novels. I have the, what's it called? I have Blood and Fire by Arendensky Bowden pulled up to read it later. Well, not read it, listen to it, because it's an audiobook that I have pulled up. Which is the one with Grimaldus and the Celestial Lions, I think they're called. The golden ones, which they're all like brown-skinned. Or at least their chapter master is, and he's the only one we see. So I actually don't know. Doesn't really matter though. But it's the one with the Celestial Lions, and that one's pretty good, I hear. But I still haven't listened to it. But I need to do one with Space Wolves. I need to see about that. I'm deciding on my final squad, right? I've brought Argenta on a few things. I still haven't brought her. She's got high demolition, so I could bring her instead of Argenta and be fine. Who's got high awareness? They have the same level of awareness. But I don't want to bring Cassian.
Greetings to you, rogue trader.
Your pilgrimage is complete. Do you still wish to follow me?
More than ever, rogue trader. My place is on the field of righteous battle at the side of the Emperor's chosen. The one who helped me reach my journey's end and obtain the holy relic. Lead, and I will follow.
Yeah, see, she's basically my arch-militant now, for all intents and purposes. But then... where is she? I think she's over here. But then, fucking Kibala is also my arch-militant to an extent. I guess she's more of an assassin. It's funny that we kind of have somebody for each role. We've got an arch-militant in her. We've got our executioner. We've got our navigator. We've got our warp specialist, which I guess is... it's not going to be him by the end of this, most likely. He's not going to stay in the crew after. So it's her, pretty much. We've got... Abelard is our seneschal, obviously. Jay's more of a contact than anything. She's on the ship temporarily. I don't think she'll stay on the ship long term. He's our engine seer for now. I also don't see him sticking around for very long. Same as her, and same as him, right? Like, he's definitely leaving after this. And so is she. So, you know, it's kind of weird. Like, I feel weird bringing people who aren't going to stick around after the final battle for the final battle. Does that make sense? Like... you know, if you're not going to stick around, is it really fair to bring you into the biggest encounter, right? It's not fair to the others. Dead Stars and the Tomb World Epitaph. That is the final place. Seems that all color has died from this world. Grey masses of rocks give way only to brownish sand in the black voids of gorges. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape, an extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, in the center of which burn green arc discharges. On its shores lie the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. The smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. It'd be cool to bring the people that won't stay as their last call to duty. Fair. Yeah. Send an exploratory shuttle to the surface. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. To the explorer's surprise, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. The squad sets out to study the lake and the Xenos' constructions. I do think I am going to bring the people who deserve to be there the most, right? I'm going to sell out Idira to the Inquisition, like for sure. Idira's a heretic, and she is way too unreliable. And I want to max out my dogmatic, and I finished her thing anyway. So give her away, and it's like go make her a sanctioned psyker. Go make sure everything's fine, and then bring her back. Okay, so Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determined that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs made from the metal are capable of regeneration, just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Oh. One of the pyramids lining the lake's shore is more damaged than the rest. Judging by its melted edges and the direction of the breaks, this damages the thing that started the fires at the lake's center. Oh, what's this? Working through the whole field circle, whenever the wielder suffers damage, one charge is removed to prevent this damage. Ooh. I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. However, one of the flows is noticeably endless flows of metal pour from the portal of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. With the help of servitors, they're successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valencia's shuttle. Try to extinguish the flame. Vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame with the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Shoot at the pyramids. Xenostructures do not give under the first salvo, and from the portals, flows of metal begin to fill the damaged parts. The lake slowly shrinks. The Rogue Traders team quickly understands that it will take several days of bombardment to fully destroy this place. Something wistful about this sight. An unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. That is fascinating. 3 dead stars and another dying one. Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. If the Luminor reader is right, back in the day it used to be huge and angry with a bite to it, not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? Well, I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. Luminor reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like that. It's like it was gnawed out. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely, a hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Nomos, where did you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I had seen it happen 100 times. We're done here. Okay, let's become a zealot by selling out Idira. People claim that Idira is better than Heinrichs, like, as a combat party member, and I'm like, no, the fuck? Heinrichs is a super powerful frontliner. Rip me of her.
You are agreeing to hand over the unsanctioned psyker to us?
Yes.
I'll see to it.
Poggers. Till the start of the next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos, and all demons and Xenos in the fight consider them a priority target. Yeah, Ripidira. Rest in piss. Alright, begin scan. What's happening here? A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside two nearby Xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Send out servitors. The servitors' signals disappear as soon as they approach the cliffs between which the shuttle was found. Not one of them returns, and no data is received. Disembark and examine the shuttle and the xenostructure. Esteban von Valancius wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. The von Valancius shuttle overcomes the turbulent zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a rough landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. Alright, so let's assemble our final party. So we're bringing Ulfar, we're bringing Incendia, and we're bringing Kibala. We're bringing Pascal, and we need to bring Jay for her skills. I want to bring Kibala just once at least so that we can test, because she will be replaced by Heinrichs when we actually do the thing. Or by actually maybe Irliot. What's Incendia's demolition? Pretty high. His armor wasn't showing. Is this? Your faith in him is a brazen lie. You never abstain, you only indulge. Your heart has no place for sacrifice in the undying one's name. Is she talking to Ulfar? Oh, fucking hell. The Exalted One is both life and light, and yet somehow you lot have managed to turn his golden glow into darkness, and his mercy into savage murder. She got a point. It's not a really good point, but it is a point.
The web serves.
For the Emperor!
Ready for data input.
Just making sure this stuff fits.
The Emperor protects!
Trading is just like art. It takes skill and talent.
All right.
I am your shadow.
Let's do this. You don't have a sniper today, huh? Okay, you go there. Ulfar here to fight that immortal. Oh, wow. Why do you have so much movement? Okay, so we do this. 150% extra damage. That's fucking crazy. Do this. I'm actually going to put this here. Okay. 5%. Okay, so 10% extra damage for every 10 stacks, and this is 4% extra damage for every stack.
I will not be deterred.
So let's just get that extra oomph. Okay. Blast him. What? Can somebody do the math again for me, please? I must be fucking retarded, because I do not think that's... What? That is not what I was promised. What? Wow, you cannot shoot for shit, huh? I wonder. Heh. That's funny. Alright, well. Wait, no, these guys are immune to bleeding. Kibble is useless here. Kibble is completely useless in these fights. But I still want to give her a try. I want to give her a chance. Ha! Knocked him over. Alright. Give him extra of these. Right, bring it down. Wait, these things can bleed? Did somebody forget to give these things bleed immunity? Wow. Did somebody count how many attacks those were? Because I lost count. Makes 4 melee attacks. Oh, it's a quarter of her agility. Just leaking ectoplasm, brother. Probably not inaccurate, honestly. Alright, so this thing, is it below? It is exactly at 50% health, which means... Maybe this will trigger? I like Kibble. I like Esteban more, though. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, too. But I'm gonna keep it a stack. We probably would not have noticed if it had triggered, or if it hadn't triggered either. Because that shit is fucking cracked with how hard it can hit. That finisher is insane. Because it literally,
It's as good as done.
it removes all the bleeding, burning, toxin, all the damage over time effects that are on the character, right?
I'll see to
But
it
first it
personally.
triggers each of them 3 times. And keep in mind, all of her attacks apply bleeding. So it's a little crazy. There. Somebody else will take care of you.
I won't compromise my principles.
Insignificant.
Yeah, keep trying.
Not undo me.
Oh, I won't I? You sure? You're certain? Because like I did all that shit, wasn't even my turn. Ah, looks like you have been undone by me. Fucking nerd. Oi, what are you doing up? Who said you could get up?
You've got a problem? I've got a
Jay,
prize.
shoot him. Good job, Jay. Oh shit, it's been a while since it's been your turn.
Reassemblement commencing.
How about you reassemble these nuts? I don't think there's anything here that I want to use. His strength right now, pretty freaking high.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Go ahead and, yeah, nice try. Kill that guy.
Let's make some opportunities. I won't stand for it.
Ah, can't be used again. Alright, fine. And I'm out of things that let me keep going on attacks. Oh, well. Kibble. Go stab those Necrons.
Death is a blessing. The shadows will see it done.
guess let's do this. Wait, deals damage? Oh yeah. Let's put that there. Also, I need to start using this one more often. Well, let's blow that thing up.
My instincts tell me to refuse.
I accidentally fucking reloaded. God damn it. Why 0%? Go kick that guy. You like the Sparta kick? It is a pretty funny kick. What the fuck was that noise? Alright, kill that guy. Good job. Good job. You didn't kill him, but you made it easier. What do you mean no line of sight?
In disgrace.
Oh. I didn't even realize that guy was there. What does this do? Reduces wielder's armor and deflection by half. Increases crit damage and melee attack damage. Based on armor and deflection respectively. That's not bad. You had forgotten to deal with him. Yeah, I completely just forgot he was there. Problem solved. Sorted. How's this? Gloom rifle. That's kind of crazy damage. Ooh. Wearer's crits just double damage is kind of cracked. Straight double damage.
A job for me.
It's part of a mighty transport ship capable of transforming into ground-based structures. Yeah, it's about right. They shall weep. Each shot detect. Five times ballistic skill bonus. Wait, no, because like this would require you to be firing from melee for maximum effectiveness. Because otherwise it's just going to be affecting allies, right? Unless you're using it against ranged enemies, in which case you're running up to them and using it, but then... Unless I gave her the thing, which I don't know if I did. All wearer's attacks gain extra crit chance. Wearer gains extra crit damage. All attacks against the wearer gain extra crit chance and damage. It's not bad. He already has dash. Doesn't need that. Nobody does. What does this look like? Just a generic armor. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm trying to think of who can like get guaranteed crits. But we'll probably just end up giving it to somebody who doesn't have like amazing gloves. We will probably just give it to somebody who doesn't have amazing gloves, and that's how we'll sort it out. Like, the Hymn of Vehemence is a pretty strong weapon because of this, right? She can get some insane rate of fire. But the damage, bro. Because rending damage... Can I see what rending... Yeah. Dealt by anything with a... yeah, it's sharp damage. Slashing. Let me see. Does she have that? I don't believe she does. Does she have the ability to shoot enemies at close quarters? No, but she does have heavy weapon proficiency. She has a bunch of stuff she's not using. Let's respec Argenta. She's one of the few that we never respect, so let's do that. We're right at the end. This will be the last thing we do before we do the final mission. One second. Just dropping a little announcement since we're going to go into this, and we're about to do something that'll take us like 10 at the most minutes. So we'll just do this to let people know and maybe draw them in. They might want to drop by. All right, there you go. Yo, Danrock. I know you've been feeling kind of useless this whole time, so here. Argenta. Little Miss Never Respect. So. Yep, definitely want that one. Ballistic skill to the max. Yep. Ballistic skill. Rapid fire. Agility. Stronger together. Does she need power armor? No, she hasn't. Okay. So we gave her stronger together. Yep. Rapid reload, that's important. Demolition. It's for the turn only. It's not good. It's a very small bonus, and it's for a very short time that we will probably not want to use, because we'll want Firearm Mastery on the Bolter for just maximized volume of fire. Concentrated Fire for the Flamer. Lore Imperium. Yeah, Lore Imperium. And she doesn't need the strength. She doesn't need it. So we'll go Perception. No heresy. Demolition. No, that's not worth getting. She is usually our only soldier, so no. Flame and melt attacks against demons deal additional 8 damage and have armor piercing. Half the bonus against Xenos. Sure. Oh. It's 2 common talents back to back. Okay. Get that. Pardon me. Lore Imperium. Let's go with this one. Harder to dodge. Archmelton, obviously. Reckless Rush. Always ready. Ballistics. I'm sorry, what? Ah. I saw +4 weapon skill and I was like, what? I misread the fuck out of it. Extra crit damage is great. And so is this. So we're gonna get both. Wildfire. Permanently increase resolve by 2%. Demolition. Did I increase her willpower? No, I increased agility, ballistic skill, and perception. I was stupid. I should have increased. I'm stupid, chat. I'm stupid. Yep. Okay. We start over. So, fired up, extra crit damage, ballistic skill, rack and ruin for extra damage on hitting multiple targets, rapid fire, agility for demolitions, and stronger together, rapid reload, demolition, more rate of fire, unpredictable, let's actually take dash, a little bit more important. Lore Imperium, willpower, not perception. Why would I ever take perception? Demolition. Better to die. Cleansing Faith. Lore Imperium. There you go. Cool. Archmilitant. Reckless. Always ready. Ballistics. +6 ballistic skill is nothing. Extra crit damage because she should be critting a lot. She should have a really high hit chance, which translates into really high crit chance. Yep, Litany. Demolition. More armor, make her tougher. Okay, more agility. Shield of Faith. Okay, this is a weird one, right? When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their armor reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies, the Archmilitant deals 10% extra damage. It's like, I don't know, these feel not that meaningful. Although I guess it would be an easy thing, especially with a bounty hunter, because bounty hunters do apply that stuff pretty commonly. Let's go with this one, because I would much rather she go. Although, if she's comboing with Iliot, it's a +2 damage and +10% damage. This feels much better, right? Much, much better. Because it's a stacking bonus. We'll get those if we're done getting other stuff. Okay. Bonus crit chance. We will also want to get this one. So we got Demolition maxed out, Lore Imperium. -10 weapon skill to enemies hit, doesn't stack. This is huge. Ballistics, agility, willpower. Emperor Protects, give her a 5% chance to ignore enemy attacks based on her willpower. We can raise this pretty high. Just this from the next two characteristic improvements, which I think will be into willpower. I think we should be able to get 3 more on willpower, but we'll see. We'll see. So kick here. Just making sure of these ones. Flash fire, huge. Let's before we forget, right? Let's get this one, because that one's critical. The others are just big. So at this point, it's gonna be. It's a 55. So with this, it's gonna be 60, 65, and then one more, it's gonna be 70. So it's gonna go all the way up to a 7% chance to just ignore attacks. Argent is insane. Argent is ridiculously strong. Flash fire. Willpower. So with this, it's going to go from 55 to 70. And now it's blocked. See, you can't get any more of those. So should we get perception or tough? Maybe, yeah, give her +1 to toughness so that this becomes a 40. All enemies in the area of effect gain disturbed. What's disturbed? -10 willpower and fellowship tests. No, -10 willpower and fellowship. -10 to the tests. Nah, I don't think so. Armor pen on bolters seems pretty nice. So we'll grab that. What was the flame one? This is much better. Much, much better. Okay, and now it's just a matter of getting, like, the characteristic training. Exemplar. Okay, so Cataclysm is huge. So is Death Dealer. No, not Death Dealer. Extermination. Extermination is much better. She makes a lot of attacks. Yeah. For every attack they made, she makes a lot of attacks. So that's a really good one for her. Integrity. Sure. Sure. Let's go demolition. See through these. Area attacks, both melee and range, reduce deflection. Oh, this is actually huge. Because then this combos with the other thing. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty good one. You throw down an area attack, reduce enemy deflection, and that increases her damage, and then she throws out a burst attack, and that reduces the dodge. This reduces deflection and armor. This only dodge. Let's exploit weakness, and preferred targets is dodge and parry reduced. Not as good, that one. Let's go with this one, though, for that kick. The kick. Kick. Ballistics. How's her ballistics right now? 75. She's going to get another 2 here, so it's going to be at 85 plus the 7, so it's actually going to be 92. Math. It's easy if you're not dumb. Like me. Don't be like me, chat. Be smart. Be smart, chat, please. Concentrated fire is nice. More demolition. Yeah, we already got extermination. Let's grab Cataclysm. Increases her damage for every new enemy she damaged. Okay. Arms Master, broad expertise. I think we'll go exploit weakness and preferred targets, because we do have a single ability that can do all of this. Can do both exploit, weakness, and preferred target. Make both of these activate on Irliet. Let's grab that. No, let's go with confident approach. Dodge and parry reduction, and ignores cover, and always crits, and with 4 or more stacks of versatility, always deals maximum damage. Really, really nice. Let's go with agility. Keep half the bonuses of versatility. So now on top of reducing enemy dodge, enemy parry, and cover efficiency, always critting and always dealing max damage, I also maintain half of the bonus to shooting that I had before. We'll think about that. Grab the agility. It's extra demolition. So her demolition right now is pretty high. It's going to be even higher because each of these is plus 10, so that's an additional plus 20, which is not taken into account just yet. So that's going to be 65 plus the bonuses to agility, which 15. Did I get the bonus to ballistic skill first? Yes, I did. So that's an additional 15 to this. So this is going to be at 90. It's not bad. Lore Imperium. And degraded defense. Point blank. What does this look like? Yeah. Yeah, get that. Get that one. Lore Imperium. Camaraderie. So this is for soldier, but I 2 first-tier archetypes? Okay. Revel in Slaughter. I pretty much never use this anymore, actually, now that I've realized that. It's funny. Let's take this one. Rapid Fire not reducing damage. Rapid Fire feels a little bit more, like, immediately important. What's a good one? I think Awareness might be a good one to get. Sure, let's take Awareness. This is second tier, right? Yeah. I was just making sure it didn't also give first tier. I think Crippling Blasts is good. So now our range... No, that's not that great. Yeah, this was the one I wanted. So now our area attacks both deal more damage against enemies that are close and ignore their deflection. They also reduce their armor and deflection, which will activate Exploit Weakness. So it's going to be good to open with the Flamer and then take out the Bolter and finish enemies off with that. So last point in agility, and then we start putting points into willpower. And we're going to get Perfection Under Fire, because that's just a goated thing. What is here that we still want? I guess Swift Slaughter wouldn't be bad. This is also not terrible. Full cover, 10% more damage against that enemy, and the enemy's attacks deal less damage against the soldier in their cover if the cover is present at the moment when the shot is fired, even if the cover is destroyed by the shot. Let's go with this one. Second attack action in a turn deals 23% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. Sure. Wait, it's only the second though. I don't like that. Although I guess if we kill somebody, it doesn't matter. We kill somebody on the first turn, and then the second turn I deal more damage to the next guy. And if I don't kill him, I'm just going to shoot him in the face, so that doesn't really matter. Gaining a stack of versatility increases critical hit chance till the end of the turn. Stacks. Melee, no. The first single target ability used by an ally in the Archmage grants +1 action point to that ally. Sure. I do think it's funny that the Archmilitant gives support back to the support people who are giving him support. It's like, There was a loud pop outside. And I don't want to open my window to see what it was, because it didn't like sound like a gunshot, it sounded like just somebody breaking something. And they would probably feel like super self-conscious if suddenly like 3 or 4 windows just like open, like, the fuck was that? I've run out of things to pick. I guess we'll take preferred targets. Just extra crit chance against enemies with their dodge and parry reduced, which isn't nearly a thing, so we'll take it. Sure. Fuck. That didn't hurt. Throat is getting better. Poggers. Oh, correction. It didn't hurt as much. Important clarification. Let's also take this one. If we're gonna be using area attacks to reduce enemy deflection, having this is also gonna be nice. Okay, so let's go here. Grab this. More willpower. Which should I get? We'll take cautious approach. Yeah. We've got one that gives us more dodge and parry, and another one that gives us dodge and parry reduction on enemies. It ain't terrible. Sure, she has a bunch of stuff that reduces that, so sure. I think tactical disengage is a good one. Lets her get away from enemies. Alrighty. They shall weep. That is a sick looking gun though. Very sick looking. I'm not going to throw this out because that may be a absolutely OP as fuck gun. And by maybe, I mean is. I was being facetious. Alright, let's get to cracking skulls. And by cracking skulls, I mean blowing up these 3 ships. Lord Captain, a Xeno squadron is on an intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. What got them so riled up? I think they're guards. Ships took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed it with the eyes of the augur. I'm not an expert on Xenos minds, but I know my avoid maneuvers. And I can tell you this, they are angry and they are approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks, prepare for battle. Orders received, Lord Captain. Glory to House von Valancius. Time to beat the brakes off these Xenos. In the Emperor's name.
I can see crimson lights in the void.
I was like, why is that one blue? And it's because it has a shield. So then, oh, there's a Lord seated on the ship, which means it has higher hit chance and maneuverability. If it's more damage than another allied ship, the Necron Lord relocates to that ship. Oh! Okay. That's a badass mechanic. The guy's probably controlling all 4 ships. I said 3. Why did I say 3? Okay. I wish I had the melted torpedoes that I threw out instead of the sonic torpedoes. I forgot to fucking... Right, I forgot to equip these 2. That's my bad. I deserve that. Okay. Blow it up. I say blow it up. Shoot that guy. Don't forget his friend. And let us bathe this battlefield. What? But I used it. I used the ability, you bitch. Fuck. Hit him with a spin. He's probably going to switch to this one next time. Which is a shame. Still, though. Skip turn. Not skip, end turn. Alright, let's see. He's going for the sword class. Okay. Okay, he switched ships. Interesting. Yep. Reanimation protocol activated, huh? Drop that there. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That was silly. Reload. Hit him again. And do this. We got the Lord. Cool. Drop these guys off. Wait. Oh, the torpedoes went into these guys for some reason. Okay. Go ahead and lower that so we can spin that dude. Go ahead and hit him a little. He'll take a bunch of damage next from the reanimation protocols and the 3 internal fires. But it's good to speed up the process a little. Yeah. He should die on his next turn. Should, right? Gambling on shoulds is not the smartest, though. So we will be doing some fucky-wuckies to make sure. Get rotated, idiot. Yeah. And now he's going to take 50 damage because he's got 200 health and he's going to die. Where's the shroud? Was just chilling there? Okay. You know what? I don't like waiting. Triumph and Fury. Oh, that last shot was deflected. That's actually pretty neat. That's a fun little animation. Okay, so I'm pretty sure one or both of these are going to come back to me next turn, or the turn after. I didn't count it, and they don't have like a thing that we can check without it being their turn, and I didn't check on their turn, so I'm stupid. I know. I understand that, chat. You don't need to remind me every time. Yep, Triumph and Fury. Macro cannons! Open fire! Blast them. Reload. That'll let us blast them again. Go ahead and hit him with this Shield Master, and that should kill him. Very nice. Very nice indeed. We don't get to fully level up our ship, unfortunately. No more void battles to be had. Alright, onto the Tomb World of Epitaph. Which really just looks like a goddamn asteroid. Oh! Scanned all worlds and reported them to the explorators. Yeah! Got an achievement. Lord Captain, we spotted a planetoid with an unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Ogre clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory toward the planetoid. What do we see on the planetoid? Practically nothing. The Ogre clerics say that magnetic radiation blinds the machine spirits. We see some kind of wicked pyramid, and we're picking up a few encrypted Vox transmissions. Tell me more about these mines. Good mines, I know from experience. Encased in ceramite and a coat of camellia-line. Their detonators are inhabited by the most malicious and cunning machine spirits you've ever seen. Far too good for pirates, and given they've been planted for 7 cubic kilometers, I reason that these are gifts from the Lord Inquisitor's own stores. Transmit the deactivation codes we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission. Receiving return signal. 5% of mines reported transition to sleep mode, receiving coordinates for an area designated as main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations, standard signals belonging to Augur observation systems, the gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain. Seems to me this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located in the planetoid. They are very fresh. Commence preparation of the landing party. I'll lead it personally. Are you certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old Void Wolf's gut tells him that this tomb is very likely to become ours. I have this bad feeling as if... Forgive me, your lordship, I've completely lost my sense giving out advice like that. The advice has merit, but I am ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every Xeno fleet in the world appears to swat us out of orbit. All my voices were fucking jumbled, all my accents just fucking fighting each other for supremacy there at the end. Here comes Nomus. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. We have come to speak with you, Esteban. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that a great change is coming. A trial. We see a threat to that which the Imperium brings. The intricate plexus of tenets, the determined advance of myriads through darkness by the will of the golden light. All the things that were strange to us, yet in whose embrace we were born and raised. All of it is in danger, at least within the bounds of the Cornus Expanse. You are the one who can stop it, and Nomos must help you. We are an unidentified thing, spawned from chance, but we want to justify our existence by serving the light. Wait, what is this coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give in. But what it is, we do not know. We must say, it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But however frightening or all-powerful it may be, we are ready to face it, rise against it. Even if it destroys us, it will be a sacrifice for the sake of redemption. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face. But we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of this ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our shell. But they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magus Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favorite child, and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence and into the halls of the eternal machine song. You would sacrifice yourself, Asclepius. I desire it more than anything. Why are you asking him? He is guilty by the word of the Imperium. Now you decide what to do with his body. Shit, you're right. I have heard you and made my decision. We await your word, Master of the ship. Please, give us freedom, and we will stand with you in the hour of great need. You may take Asclepius's body. Wow. That was instantaneous. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favorite child, and humbly offer this shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell. Then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Esteban, but in the hour when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. Bro, imagine he just comes back full of mechanisms and guns and shit. It almost pulls up like an Archmagus. Alright, we gotta talk to everybody, huh? Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I am certain, the von Valancius dynasty will cover itself in glory this day. Well, you have a highly organized mind, so you must have already considered what you're going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. What am I going to do? I will continue to serve you and see that you do not get into even worse trouble, though I fail to see how that would be possible. I swore an oath of loyalty to Lady Theodora and then to you. Therefore, my place is at the rogue trader's side and nowhere else. No matter what happened, you are always at my side. The Seneschal's place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on his seneschal, there is no one he can count on. That is not a fate that I wish for you, so I am doing my duty. Are you ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain. I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor be my witness. I've had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived 1, so there would be no shame in going down alongside the other. If it comes to that, naturally. Get ready, Abelard. We have quite an ordeal ahead of us. We have been through worse. I serve House von Valancius, Lord Captain. Cassia?
Lord Captain, the end of our journey draws near. I keep wondering, will this story have a happy ending, or will we face an imminent but heroic demise?
I'm honored to have you among my companions, Lady Cassia.
I'm honored to be your companion, Esteban von Valancius. Motherfucker, I said Lady Cassia, you returned the fucking thing by Rogue Trader von Valancius, Old Lord von Valancius. The fuck? Hitting me with a first name?
It's probably not the future you dreamt of, but if all this ends in victory for us, what do you intend to do next?
Perhaps I shall stay on your ship for a while longer, if you wish. I do enjoy traveling among the stars of the expanse, or should I return to the fold of the house at the next opportunity? I do not know.
Steel yourself, Lady Cassia. The hour of battle is at hand.
My heart is fluttering, Lord Captain, but not because of fear or doubt. I'm ready to face what is coming. I pray, Rogue Trader. I pray that the hearts of your comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, that our weapons prevail. I pray that the light of terror does not turn away from us, even for a moment, that the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. And I pray for you. Terror's light is what guides us through the darkness, but you are the force that keeps us from straying from the path.
Together till the end, sister, in his name and for Terra's light.
In his name and for Terra's light.
Have you had time to think about the future? What will you do should we prevail in this pivotal battle?
I will carry on my service to the Emperor, as I always have, but no longer as a fledgling sister of battle, but as the keeper of a relic that has been bestowed upon me by his will. I want to bring light to all the faithful in the Cornus Expanse, as Saint Argenta did in her lifetime. And I know I am ready for this mission.
We are almost out of time. Prepare yourself, Argenta.
I am prepared, now and always.
Our journey together approaches its end.
One last push, and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest.
I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You'll meet your mentor again down there, and I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all of the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why? I want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. What will you do? I feel uneasy even thinking about it. But if Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar falls today, someone has to take the rosette of the Order at Xenos at the very least until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor to Xavier. Epitaph awaits. Steel your heart. Lead on, Rogue Trader Esteban von Valancius. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You do not seem too worried about a coming landing. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. I would be honored to disembark with you. You took good care of my ship and equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flows of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valancius dynasty's flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priests? It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but duty calls the Amanat Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed. The believers must be separated from the doubters. Pascal, no.
Amanat looks at you curiously. The experience of our comradeship has taught this unit much. The trials and battles we have gone through have produced trust, sincerity, mutual understanding. Amanat will lead his flock through the flames and forge the sect into a religion. May we have good fortune. There is no such thing as good fortune. May the statistical probability be predictably positive. That is fortune. The fuck? Bro hit me with the well actually and then just repeated my words back to me. I am not a priest, of course, and the spirits do not always speak clearly to me, but I did cast the runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you, Eitvater. Be very careful, or better yet, take me with you. There's no better way to guard your safety. I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. This only proves that we will not lose, Eitvater. Go into the foulest holes in the Imperium, where only low-born and wretched inhumans crawl. Fall into darkness and then cry out, who here believes in the All-Father, sisters and brothers? And even there, in the world's most rotten pit, you will hear an answer. And if you reach toward the voice, you will find a worthy companion. Everyone who believes in him and follows in his footsteps is given the chance to become someone greater and more worthy. Dying. Ah, damn. Xavier Calcazar. Oh, fuck, that actually fucked me up. Fuck, goddamn, dying. Actually dying. Who's pinging me? God damn it. That coughing restructured my entire brain. I can no longer fucking alt-tab. Alright. Dying. Xavier Calcazar is waiting for me down there. Should I give him your regards? I would rather talk to him myself. My angry and vengeful heart tells me that only he knows how and why the baleful Howl Pack died. It also tells me that I will not forgive myself if that puffed-up arsehole Calcazar somehow dies before I rip the answers from his leering mouth. You found your pack and our campaign is nearing its end. What are you going to do next? I will return to my brothers and sing the saga of the baleful Howl Pack. I will carry it all the way to Fenris and pour its ringing verses into the ears of the Jarl and the Great Wolf himself. Its burning words will warm us during the fierce Hellwinter, and the brothers at that table will nudge each other and point their fingers at me and say, it was he who crafted such a beautiful saga. How generous the Old Father has been to him. Fenris Hjolda, Vlak. Fenris Hjolda, Eitvater. Ulfar bows his head solemnly and respectfully, an untold honor granted to a mortal who has impressed the Emperor's angel with his deeds. Yeah. Damn right. Damn fucking right. When the path my lost soul was following crumbled beneath my feet, shattered, plunged me into doubt, you were always there, Elentak. Despite how much you hated my kind, despite what my kin were doing, it is time for me to repay you in kind. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I am glad that both of us are here today. We both defended what we held dear, just as life has taught us, and today my soul is at peace, for we can share the pain of the coming battle between us so it is diminished. Will our paths diverge if we survive? Someday they will, Elentak. Exile opened my eyes to many things, but the path of the outcast weighs heavily on my heart. I think that I see my new path clearly now. It sings to me, calling me forward, the path of the warrior, protector of those I could not save before. All that I have learned about the world, about humans, about you, I will take this knowledge into my new life, and into the lives of my kin. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I am ready to drive back the darkness, Elentak. Are you? The Exalted One once wove our destinies into the glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver thread, Shireen. And today, the pattern of our lives will either be completed, or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. Are you afraid of what is to come, Jay? The battle against the enemy? Pain? Oblivion? Oh no, Shireen. My only fear is that after these tribulations we will never be the same again. I do so enjoy being me. After a pregnant pause, Ayo, Jay continues in her usual playful manner. So, what brings you to me, Shireen? Not parting words, I hope, because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of my future. You never want to hear goodbye, after all, but only ever see you again under the same stars. Just wanted to say that I am glad of your company, especially now. Our alliance is like a miraculous oasis blooming in the fierce desert heat. I am glad to be your partner and friend and ally in the fight against the enemy. I'm curious to see what you will do once all this is over. You mean if it's ever over? And if the Aji don't play their evil tricks on us? I don't know, Shireen. Being drunk on unbridled freedom sounds nice. So close. I could reach out and grab it like the tail of a comet and leave the Kazmalika mission behind. Start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. I just have to survive the coming darkness. Get a grip, Jay. We have a hard battle ahead of us. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to matters of being in oblivion, Jay Haydari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. Your every breath and heartbeat has been in anticipation of this moment, Domin Esteban. Do not hesitate. Step into the darkness and allow your shield and shadow to walk with you. I thank the Emperor for having met you. Such was his design. In the pattern of the blood-spun web, my thread stretched out to yours, Domin Esteban, to shield you, to serve you. And every night I praise him for the honor of letting me twine around your path. Have you thought about what happens afterwards, if we survive? Her shadow is inseparable from its master, Domin Esteban. I will follow you as before and guard your thread. That would be a good time to receive an inkling about our future. Have you consulted the tarot? There is no need for a reading. The cards will ask if we are prepared to face the challenge with dignity, and that will be the answer to our own question. Whatever awaits us, it is time to set forth. Every thread ends in death, but only the Undying One knows the time and place. Let's get this shit going. Your Lordship, the shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates for a secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Permission to take off. We are heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. Alrighty. So, I do want to bring Ulfar. That's certain. I want to bring Heinrichs. Also certain. I want to bring Irliet. I want to bring Pascal, and I want to bring Jay. We're not bringing Argenta even though we just got a new gun for her and we respect her. I know. But she doesn't feel like she's relevant for the story. Ulfar feels relevant. Heinrichs feels relevant. Pascal not so much, but I like having him in the party. And Jay, kind of the same thing.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators, too.
Mistress Haydari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
Oh, that's so funny. He's not even going, not allowed. No, he's actually just going, hey, you know, if you ever want to work with the Inquisition, nudge, nudge. Zenith is not showing any signs of aggression, simply staring ahead. There's an odd, disoriented quality to its movements. An odd haze obscures your vision. For a moment, you see the metallic corpses at your feet turn into the bodies of soldiers clad in the colors of your dynasty. Oh! He's tweaking out. He was going. on the ship. Okay. Funny that their fighters and frigates look exactly the same. Just different sizes, I guess. Out of the corner of your eye, inside the glowing green orb mounted on the contraption, you can see the reflection of people who are not here. They're looking at you curiously and fearfully. Xenos is making the same rhythmic sound over and over, as if trying to say something, but losing its train of thought and starting anew every time. It's me. Every few moments, the metal particles lose their color and become translucent. You can see something dark and formless behind the metal, yearning to be born, but unable to do so. Yet. A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. It wriggles weakly. Oh. That's a destroyer. Elegy of Sorrow. The drawn-out metallic groans form a painful and melancholy melody, but one that oozes with venomous spite. The armored plates sing in an unknown language. Yeah, because I didn't get the thing. Boo. And you feel as though the meaning is on the verge of reaching your mind, unless the monster cuts your lives short before that. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. I recognize a leader and a true warrior in this one. Yes, still a Xenos unworthy of life, but a warrior all the same. I bet this noble madman of battle will fall by my hand. Ulfar casts a joyous look over the party, as if expecting someone to take him up on the wager. Examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal. He's fucking huge too, goddamn. Interlaced with greenish energy channels aglow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grav pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy weapon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this technologically superb machine designed to annihilate all life. Disabling it will not be easy. We have done no harm to your race. Once I find what I have come for, I shall trouble you no more. The sound of the vibrating metal plates is both the rhythmic malice of a march and the hollow hum of misery, the lament of an immortal mechanism doomed to eons of wrath and battle, or else an impending demise. The salvo from the monstrous cannon is an infernal orchestral chord that makes the very fabric of space tremble.
Wipe your disgusting presence out of existence.
God damn. Your disgusting presence. Right. I do like that Ulfar, like, he said, yeah, I'm gonna kill that thing, and then he looks around like, nobody else wants him? What the hell is this? Security breach, yeah, gotta hit him from behind. How much health? A lot. That's how much. Oh, they're blighted. Interesting. They do seem to be tougher than the regular ones, though, which is equally noticeable. So, boop.
Is beneath me.
What? Damn it, there was two of them. Should have placed it up here then. Hit him with this. Cool. Okay, and this one. And shoot him. Finish him.
I am not your Xenos pet. I deal death with my hands.
Alright, and now do this one. Take cover over there, and
Serves your cause.
end your turn shooting at that guy. Okay, so I'm gonna move you here. What? Bro, are you good? What the fuck? Get off me, the hell? Bruh! Game outright cheating now, huh? Okay, so hit this one. Rip him up. Pretty nice. Make him bleed. Ooh, actually, hold on. Actually, no, keep the axe and pistol out. By the way, there's art of him with plasma pistols. Are there any plasma pistols that he can use? Switch to that one. More crit damage. By the way, 700 damage is insane. Like, no prep? Goddamn. Okay, so, step one. Okay. Okay. If he shoots, he'll hit this side, this not. No. Go ahead and throw this down. This one as well. And kill that guy.
Request approved. Function successfully terminated.
It's not close enough to anybody. I guess I should have actually moved him closer so he could have done that, but whatever. Okay, let's, because Ulfar called dibs, obviously we should have Ulfar finish the job. Good damage. Move you closer. Push him away. Give him a little bit more resolve. Give him an extra turn with which to keep butchering the enemies of man. Should have done this first. How long is this for? End of combat. I don't want to do that because he's surrounded right now. You missed. Let's buff Esteban. This might kill him, but it didn't. Okay. Brought a lot of them to their knees, though. Pretty good. Heal Ulfar. Good. Had the wrong weapon out.
Alas, no.
Okay, so Esteban didn't get much buffing. But still, he's got a lot of strength to play around with. And this is going to be hitting pretty hard. So let's go around and start taking heads. And calling people names.
I'll see to it personally.
Go ahead and kill that guy, please. Didn't die. Damn. I think I misplayed, but I don't know which point. I think it's because I focused so much on Ulfar, so Ulfar is really strong, but Esteban can't do his charge around and hit everybody thing. Maybe on Jay's turn. Damn. Damn it, should have put this on him first. Oh well. Ulfar. Time to start wrapping this up.
Awakening cannot be stopped.
Stop. That's a fun pronunciation. They put a lot of emphasis on both of the consonants. So it was like he was spitting out the word.
Carve runes out of your bones.
This is actually, I'm realizing that this is actually a really strong gun to just be using. Like, make that his ranged weapon instead of the bolter. Because each time he uses the burst, and most of our bursts are free, or at least of reduced cost, so this thing having a more expensive burst doesn't really affect us much. It increases the power of the single shots by 50%, which is kind of huge. Considering he gets +1 damage each time he shoots. So it's like... is adorned with the coat of arms of House von Valancius. The pages made from real paper carry a pleasant scent of perfume and are covered in ruler's straight lines of text. Their meaning is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents of it to identify the author. You know this perfect calligraphy handwriting all too well. I should actually not be throwing that out. I should keep that.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
A lot of dead people. A ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone is still alive. The maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Ooh. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out. It is as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes, then burst out of her skin and turned her internal organs into a bloody sieve. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Can you hear me? You. Who are... Ah, that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. I'm not as surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? Tanakia Calpurgaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of the Epitaph 1 Covert Facility. Or whatever's left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? No idea. It's like something has gone terribly wrong with the crypt. The Auspex has detected some unknown radiation, then everything went crazy. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore. They started trashing the place. The pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. Blacked out. When I came to, I looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so. Or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're gonna get. That'd be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret so many have given their lives to protect. I see. Have I sated your curiosity? I'd like my favor returned. The pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one, you can keep the rest. I'm feeling generous today. Take out a pack of low out of the woman's jacket. Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the tube between my teeth and light up the other. Let's make sure you do it the right way around. Let's be straight with each other. You're not dying, aren't you? Dying. What's going on in this place? Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. Taking a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're gonna like it. Or you can go down there if you have guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I'd do, but I'm insane. But not the best example to follow. So about that low stick? Enjoy. People say it's bad for your health, I'd better be careful. Tell me, why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear him for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. How did your people infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint. A deception. A game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmagos advisor Amanat. Do you know Conrad Voitvir? Not sure if he's still alive. No, I took his head off. But back then, he was Theodora's master of whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies. But instead, he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one is as thick as mints. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here. Something too good, even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to the Inquisitor. Drukhari have come to this world. Why? The Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you must know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but split them into atoms if their skinny asses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear it was as if those fools were trying to get shot at their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. I am Esteban von Valencius, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for a spectacular void she-wolf, after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Conrad. Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember her visiting this system? Well, I can give you two versions of the truth. The sugar-coated one, and the honest one. The sugar-coated version is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds, for the spoils anyway. You've never heard of such technology, but it would not be a stretch to assume that the Inquisition does. Why only me? We have... Like, she could do that really easily, what the hell? But it would not stretch to assume that the Inquisition does have something of the sort at their disposal. Now I know enough. Sure you do. What do we do with her? I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace, in honor of our years of working together. You've always been so sentimental, you puppy dog. So attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, is that still Store Spot? Just where it ends for you. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? Do you not fear death? Does it look like I have anything to lose? The way I see it, you're doing me a favor here. So which one is it? Mercy or revenge? Mercy. Rest in peace. Damn. I feel like that's overkill. Takes you more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. Metal Skull screeches under the pressure, but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end. Damn. Trash. Trash fucking loot. Judging by the imposing design of these obelisks, this passage leads to a tomb intended for Xenos of higher status. He was not gentle with that. You fucking bang, bang, bang! Like 3 fucking headshots? And she wouldn't fucking go down. First time I did that, it was with a Meltagun too. Just fucking 3 Meltagun blasts straight to the dome. Oh, that looks sick. So, we have a sniper, right? $16 damage? That's all you got in you, idiot? I'm doing this to create, to block out line of sight to the sides. So they have to, like, actually step over here, because, like, from there, there's no way they can shoot here, I think. If they can, I'll be surprised. Not, like, displeased, just surprised. Oh. A little bit overwhelming for a fucking sniper. Well, she's a support sniper, mostly. The Xenos Knight lets out a clanging howl, portending imminent death. It even flourishes its weapon. That thing is a knight. Okay, so first thing we do, we apply a bunch of this. Perception. Who has the highest perception between her and Pascal? Her for sure. So we're gonna hit her. Actually, we're not gonna hit him with that yet, because I want to remove as much of his armor as possible.
That is beneath me.
That's beneath me. Fucking do it. I'm an important Eldar person. Shut up, bitch. I can't. I'm not doing full on the rock. Not with my throat in this state. Okay, so now that guy's hurt. He'll be taken down more easily, which means she'll be able to get her turn more easily. And then this guy's in the same boat. Okay. So, Esteban. Let's move her over here. Shoot that guy. Yep. More. Cool. Exploits removed times 3. That's 9. That's going to be 27. That's 15. 32. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. Maybe at the end of all of the extra turns and stuff. Okay. Give him some temp wounds. Cool. Move him up. Buff him some more. Why is he losing temp HP? The fuck? Go ahead and make that charge there.
Should have thought twice before crossing me.
This one then. Cut him down. Charge this. She gets an extra turn. Hit him with more of them. With minimal preparation, the axe doesn't hit like nearly as hard as it could. But with proper preparation, holy fuck is it a beast. It's because I keep forgetting to do these on like the first free turn that she gives me.
Who if not?
Oh, and I'm
My
using
gut
this,
tells me it's a bad
obviously.
idea. I won't compromise my principles.
And now we're just gonna keep wailing on him. Fuck his ass up. You will not undo me, he says. I don't know about that one, Chief. You look like you're getting pretty undone right now. Oh, I should have done that actually. Probably would have killed him.
I'll see to it personally.
I want him finished off. What?
I won't stand for
What do you mean?
it.
It's still my turn. Nah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Anyway. Go on, take your shot. Bitch.
Wolves reign.
Okay, so kick this guy.
Shall it be?
Yep. Cool.
Corpse play. Settlement commencing.
Very cool. Do this. Is there anybody in melee range? No.
Wolves
Get to shooting.
insignificant.
Burden of Servitude. It should be increasing all my pistol damage, all my single shot damage by 100%, yeah. And this stack's how high? 100 times.
You will not undo me.
Yeah, it will. What do I have that can reach those guys? Well, first things first. Give Esteban more strength. And toughness. And heal him. And buff him. Why can I not use this? There is an ally affected. I think it only checks if he's affected. And if he's not, it doesn't give it it doesn't let him use it. That's annoying.
You will not undo me.
Okay. Didn't really get the most out of that, but he do be stacking the damage. Doobie doobie doo.
High momentum.
Hello, Mr. Xenos. I see you're ignoring me. I take it you're aware that's a bad idea, but... Go ahead and yell at him. What? 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 Motherfucker ran away. Damage fully negated. Oh, I have 24 deflection? Kinda crazy. Boost everybody's armor and his damage by 18%. Should have used this first, actually,
Running binary
because it would have added an extra one, which I think would have turned into an extra 2.
My vow is to serve.
Can't hit shit, Pascal.
Low momentum.
Not bad damage. Yep, get him on his knees. Okay, let's put Esteban right here. Esteban. Run him down. Son of a bitch! Don't miss.
Reassemblement commencing.
God damn it. That guy is annoying the fuck out of me, not gonna lie. Little fucking prick. Thinking it's funny and shit.
I hunger for battle.
Okay, do this. end this. Should let him get even closer. Increase damage. Increase his own damage. And then... never mind. Okay. This time I'm not gonna, like, stop next to him. I'm gonna be far away, and then I punch him in the face for 1,000 damage. Colossal Warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, his great bulk slumps. A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born in his chest. You notice the convulsions in the Xenos limbs. The light is flickering in its eyes. Perhaps something went wrong with this monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? Xenos limbs shiver at the sound of your voice. He emits a deep hum full of dour pride. You are unable to decipher it, but you can sense his disdainful rage and stern resolve to kill you. Neither this passion of a prowling beast nor the blinding rage of insanity, but the instinct of a warrior. A warrior of iron, a sentinel of the tomb of the ancient ones, a child of the Ingir, the star devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Suryani. The alien grips the weapon in her hand tightly, as if expecting the terrifying warrior to spring to life and attack at any second. Your watch is over. Is Esteban running? That was so impressive. You're such a beep. I feel like the phase blade of his is gonna rip through whatever you have. It would if it hit something. It didn't. And phase blades don't rip through power weapons. They're roughly equivalent. That was undramatic as fuck, yes. Like, massive fucking pause. Just taking note of the time. Actually, hold on, I can just clip it directly. Let's go ahead and clip it directly. There you go. Just a moment. Oh, there you go. Setting that on the YouTube's way, and yeah, you can add that shit to the stories as well. Gotta do what I gotta do to grow the stream as well on Twitch. So we'll do that. Yeah. All right. Any loot? No, no looters. No looting. Deactivate the shield. Lord Inquisitor is expected the rogue trader below. Just fucking punch that shit.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. The few silhouettes now stand in your way. Three of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. If you are sentient creatures and not mere eidolons, I suggest you back down without a fight. I did not come here to claim your lives. My master, changer of ways, is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You're not playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Okay, he's got... I think that's the life-stealing sword that you get from the Chaos Space Marine right at the start, Aurora. Whoa, look at Adira. She's fucked up. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Perhaps try to look at myself from the outside, or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. Glorious reflection, cursed copy, peaceful copy, arrogant copy. This gives me major Planescape Torment vibes. Look at where your doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. Alright, who are you? I am Esteban von Valancius the Magnificent, and if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You're my reflection from a less glorious reality, a product of the malign influence of the treasure that I seek. Some refer to me as the Warden of the Expanse, but I prefer being addressed simply as Esteban. Nice to meet you, me from a different version of existence. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path to true power. I serve the Master, the Changer of Ways, and I have already chanced upon my reflections in his dreams, which is why I'm the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. I see you sitting weirdly, not on my watch. Alright, fine. So you're me. I see now. You're a Von Valancius from a reality of impenetrable dullards. No, it is you who are me. I like this guy. He's my favorite. You seem to think you're better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet I was the only one clever enough to become the master of my own fate and not be reduced to someone else's plaything or a slave to dogma. Why'd you seek to enter the crypt? I came to claim the treasure. Whatever it is, Theodora found it, which makes it mine. Xavier will regret trying to steal from my dynasty. Your doppelganger's slightly accelerated speech, jerky movements, and the sweet twinkle in his eyes suggest that his blood is teeming with euphoric stimulants. Bro drugged out of his mind. Now I become very principled and vengeful when my treasure hoard is concerned. So you, quote-unquote, didn't become a slave to dogma, didn't become anybody else's plaything, and instead you became a slave to your own whims. Okay, fair enough. I wonder how you acquired such an ego. No lack of pointless advice, I presume. Not that Conrad killed Theodora, all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idira, Ravor, Vigdis. When I came into my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora von Valancius really was. A narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Cordon's Expanse was out to take advantage of me. The Drusians and the Pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Casbalica, Calcazar and Eurolon. And so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its masters dance. I dare say things turned out well for me. I have to admit, this version of you is not without a certain charm. Kind where I don't quite know if I want to throw myself at you or empty a full clip right into your face. My sweet smuggler, you're also in my world, you know. I gave you a little planet with a pretty palace and a tiny garden after you took offense to a couple of innocent jokes about your humble origins. throw myself at you, or empty a full clip into your face. It's a tough one.
Have you achieved much without loyal allies? Indeed I have. I'm the most influential figure in the entire expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos, and his successor Yvain became my puppet. In sending a chase as pirates, not realizing it's me who's raiding her colonies, I was able to make a pact with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Calcazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vadaim my governor, and made Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, wouldn't you say?
You are a fucking joke. Like, he's just spreading chaos. This is just gonna fall the fuck apart the second he looks away.
Your parody of what a rogue trader is supposed to be. Quite the epitome of hubris, greed, and brazenness. This is what being a rogue trader is all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it.
Emperor, what an insufferably smug, arrogant, and childishly insolent creature. How could a single rogue trader embody everything they are loathed for?
Yeah, I don't know. So, one of my versions chose to serve the archenemy.
I do not serve, I reign.
But I dominate. You grovel, but I dominate and rise ever higher.
You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. That's disgusting. Idira opens her mouth, and you see the blackness between her teeth in place of her tongue. 100 otherworldly warp voices speak instead of her voice. The Master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp. Their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours.
Why did you come to Epitaph?
My master, the Changer of Ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp.
Ooh, you gonna be a demon prince? He's gonna be the first demon prince in 40k who didn't used to be an Astartes. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on the day Conrad Voidfear wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Idira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valancius crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the Expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive.
In short, you've gone from a rogue trader to being a piece of cracking shit. This is very interesting, but shut up. I've just realized I've not given your spiritual fortitude the credit it deserves, Eitvater.
Have you achieved much on your profane path? Oh, I have. My empire is no paltry protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and the worlds of Torda. With my brother Conrad as regent, together we rule many planets. I deceived Eurolon the Fool and banished him from the Expanse after subverting his cult. I taught the brazen Drukari a lesson by sending the Ocelio navigators into Comora to cause the most powerful disjunction in history. On Quetzaltema, I struck down the furious Caligos, a rival for the favor of the Dark Gods, and used his blood to make a pact with the Edge of Daybreak, my illustrious teacher.
Emperor, why do you so rarely send me heretics who are this eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. Now I see that Asurion has blessed my path, for in this reality I met a human with a powerful and radiant soul, unyielding to corruption. I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to the feast of the Lord of Pleasure.
And the difference...
No, you're disgusting. You won't believe how little I care about what you think.
You seem to be the only one who isn't trying to pick a fight.
I do not enjoy pointless violence. Power and authority can always be used for a more worthy purpose. Well, almost always. Unfortunately, sometimes violence does have a point, but it gives me little pleasure, even then.
So it brings you to this dangerous place, most peaceful one.
Duty. I do not know what exactly Xavier has in mind, but judging by his past actions, it will be ambitious and terrible. He must be stopped. Your doppelganger resolutely clenches his fist around an oddly shaped wraithbone talisman. The Eldari wear such amulets as a token of special bond with someone, or a token of remembrance for the dead. So you and I walked arm in arm in this other world too, Alan Tuck. And since the keepsake is now in your possession, my path was cut short before yours. Forgive me, Iliad Lenavis. You took the Kaval Dracon's blow that was meant for me, but the Karagians were unable to heal your wounds. Still, it is a great joy to see you alive again. Why do you care so much about other people? I've been taught some harsh lessons. When Conrad staged the coup, I was badly wounded. Abelard nursed me back to health, and so did the entire crew. They looked after me in the Protectorate for months while I was in limbo. The dark and joyless sleep in which I only heard Theodora's last words, "Protect my people." When I awoke, I vowed to do exactly that, to be not a master to my people, but their protector and champion. What's your reality like? I think it has less bloodshed than yours. I brought peace to the Expanse, soothed the flame of Incendia's zeal, and stopped Caligos from falling to vileness. Hey, I did that one too. The two of us even managed to become friends. I sheltered the Eldari refugees and convinced them to join forces to fend off the Drukhari. I granted pardon to the pirates and renegades who strayed not out of malice, but because they had nowhere else to go. Kalkazar called me a heretic, but no one paid heed to that castigation. The Fellowship of the Void became a respectable merchant guild. The Dame shed almost all his thuggish habits, but died when Xavier turned Footfall into a colossal projectile, which he crashed into Euphrates II after it was captured by Eurolon the Cruel. Thousands died that day, but tens of thousands were safely evacuated by the Dame. I welcomed them to Dargonis. An alliance between the children of Asurian and humans. You speak of impossible things, and yet your ardor makes one want to believe you. Perhaps in your reality, false Alantak, our kinfolk have gained wisdom and tolerance, but beyond my understanding. When did he mention that? Oh. I'm here. I guess I skipped a line. What? The Dame, a hero who chose to sacrifice himself? Your world really is nothing like ours. I wish I could visit your universe. Seems to be brighter and kinder than mine. It's never too late to create it around you. The situation has just become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? I'm afraid we have no choice but to fight. What is hidden in this world imperils the millions of lives for which I am responsible. For their sake, I will crush any opponent, unless you all retreat without a fight. But I see we're outnumbered compared to you, Doppelganger. I think it'd be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those who have survived. I concur. We'll finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's going to be. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and avoid self-destruction, in every sense of the word. If more than one Von Valancius walks away from here, the spoils will have to be shared, and rogue traders never share. Alright, I guess. Abelard the Virtuous, Idira the Insidious. Okay, so that guy has a sword. Savor the Kill. Glorious Reflection. Panoply of the Assassin. Each round, the wearer's dodge... Okay, so he's an assassin, I'm guessing. Okay, put you here. Heinrichs. You can actually see everybody from here, so can you, and so can you. And where's Jay? There she is. And so can you. There.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Okay, he's an assassin. A warrior assassin. I do intend to try that out. And what are you? Sworn enemy, endure, forceful strike, reckless strike. He's an arch militant. Oh, he's got the same gun as me. Different sword, though. Also, fucking ow! What was the damage there?
One step ahead.
Oh, it's an extra turn. Jesus fucking Christ, brother. I think we need to start killing psychers.
It is funny though. I did go for an Archmilton for my like mixed playthrough, and I was planning on going warrior assassin for the heretic, and I went warrior vanguard for the dogmatic now. Which, if I recall correctly, I think the dogmatic copy is a warrior, not a warrior, a soldier archmilitant, not a warrior archmilitant. Yeah, shoot him. Bitch gotta die. Light carapace scale armor, yeah, he's got no defense. No defense to worry ourselves over. Shoot him again. Do it again. Good. Okay. This is for the next shot. Still. Do this.
If I must.
Do it on Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Ow.
Target well struck.
Damn. Took down our Psyker. That is not good. Give him damage. Move him in. Because we need to take Abelard out of the equation. He's too close to our backline. Before we do literally anything else, he needs to go down.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Don't get too cocky.
Okay. So we do this.
Not my worst day. Yes.
Huh. But it's a one-handed weapon. One-handed firearm. You should be able to use it. Regardless, kick that guy. And then shoot Abelard. Sorry, Abelard, but you kind of had that shit coming. Doesn't matter. We still get it just from making the attack. I shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done that. I should have closed in and attacked in melee. Stupid. Alright, you're the next target. So, you have reasonably good dodge and stuff, so I'm taking that away. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, pussy. And I'm gonna go back to shooting these two. And by these two, I mean this guy. And only that guy. Okay, so we've got our glorious reflection here. But I am worried about her. So I'm gonna attack her and see if I can't just kill her really easily. I am interested in seeing like how this happened and if it can happen in our
game, right? Right, because that's gonna happen.
I'll make it happen.
She really tried to take a swing at me like that, like I was gonna let her hit me. Come on. Come on. Don't embarrass yourself. Alright. A lot of strength. A lot of damage. And then we do this. What? Happened? That is not supposed to do that. That is not supposed to do that. That is not supposed to kill you. That is supposed to take away the temporary wounds and give you a damage buff for 1 round. That is not supposed to knock me out. What the hell, game? Like, that could lose me a fight if I wasn't so good at the game, dude. Like, the fuck? Like, if I wasn't built absolutely fucking different, that might actually fumble my shit. Like, come on, dude, don't do that shit. Out here trying to kill my vibe? Alright, well, one-shot that guy, please. I said one-shot him, I didn't say miss!
I defy you.
Uh-huh.
You clearly are outmatched. No foe too great.
Uh-huh. I am pissed. I'm actually pissed about this. Like, this should not have happened. You give me an item, you say it does something really strong, I create a build that makes it even stronger, and you punish me? No, fuck you. No, that is game breaking. That oh my god, I fucking hate it when that shit happens. And I've seen so many fucking games where it's like, you create an OP thing and then it either gets cut off or you get punished for it. Like, why? What part of that makes you think that's enjoyable? What part of that makes you think that's good? It's not. You know, spoiler alert. Fucking nobody likes that shit. Go ahead and give him a damage boost. Boost his resolve as well. Go ahead and pop him as well. Or don't. Should just give him an extra turn so he could play a little more, but alright. Whatever. Okay, he beat the martial arts, whatever it's called. I meant to click 4.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! Cubs play.
Hate that shit happened. Let me guess, also gave me a trauma? No. No, at least it didn't give me a trauma. But it did waste my fucking it wasted the thing. It wasted the heroic act. Like, that was so stupid and annoying. I hate that shit. I hate it when that shit happens. Weren't you bleeding and on fire? Whatever. Yes, he was, by the way. Like, he probably just did something to take it away. Whatever. Aw, he's scared and hiding. So's that guy. Why? Why did you do that? Just ran into melee and ran out. So, kill that one. And then buff. Shoot him. Cool. And then just end turn. Alright, let's give Esteban the chance to actually, you know, do the thing he was gonna try and do. But that got taken from him. Because the game a hoe.
I refuse.
Wanna see a trick?
Alright. He's over there cowering in the corner. Right, go beat his ass. Oh, you're gonna face me? Alright. Defensive stance. Let's do this. Got your ass. Never even touched me. Alright, what's this? Auto-striking power sword. When the wielder successfully parries with this power sword, they immediately counterattack with whichever attack costs the least AP. It also grants extra bonus parry. Oh, and he has the same revolver as me. And the Panoply of the Assassin. Yeah, no, pass on that. I will, however... Yeah! Yeah! Anytime he parries, immediate counterattack. And then he's got these for when it's needed. Although it has literally never once been needed. We can throw that out too. Ooh, actually, Loot Abelard. Kazarkin Armor and Bonebreaker Maul. Mid. He's got the life-stealing sword, right? And a... He had a multi-melter on him? Why'd he have a multi-melter on him? What did you need that shit for? Eruption. Where is this one from? Because that shit actually kind of goated. I'm not gonna lie. Might actually give that to him instead of the plasma gun he has. Yeah, that should look good. Like, sure, this deals extra damage, but every time I hit somebody with this, they explode and deal damage to everybody else. Plus, it's a melta gun. I like melta.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
Let's heal. And... heal his traumas. He has 2 traumas, holy shit. Pascal, guy got fucked up. Not Pascal, Heinrich got fucked up. Also, yeah, throw these shits out. The fuck, man? What? There were demons here? When did they get here? Oh shit, that's the solar staff. I wanted that. I wanted that, but I threw it away by accident and stupidity, really. Yeah. The willpower bonus is increased by 2. I missed that. So that's actually plus 20 willpower, not 2. It's plus 20 willpower. And the power level of the staff is also increased by 1. So, yeah, don't mind me taking that. So this 20 willpower, this is 15 willpower, and the second somebody's on fire, it's another 20. Stacking eternally. Forever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Like, goddamn. Where's Adira? I guess Adira had the... Adira was the one wearing this... No, this was the other guy. Chaos Enforcer Carapace. Light Carapace Scale Armor. I killed Adira right here, but she didn't have... She just despawned, I guess? Or fell? Her body's nowhere. Like, this is where I killed her. There's the blood. Loot the goods. Exitus Longglass? That's actually crazy for a sniper. Like, if you're an iconoclast sniper, wow. Without it, though, it's kind of just a... Hold on. Let me see. I think it might be better than the one she has. No, it loses out in both damage and thing. Does have an extra hit chance, which is nice, but she doesn't lack for that. Yeah, I guess they're both, like, equally mid. Anything else around here? Force access. Scarlet Forbidding Signs plays on the screen. Someone has to place the Seal of Silence on the Cogitator, which is why you had to force access, Pascal. Ooh. They're fighting. Okay. Yeah, maybe they came... Oh, actually, that's a good point. Maybe they came out of her body. Dicks. Fuck. Dying. Let me see. Plasma gun versus multi-melta. Every attacker has a separate cooldown. All of this plasma gun's attacker can be used in a single. That would be an arch militant's dream. Why would you only give that? Oh man, this is the type of thing that you give this for one fight to somebody who is an arch militant, and they'd be so angry. Because it's like, wow, this is an awesome thing. I can just cycle all of my attacks, no problem, with this plasma gun. And then you kind of only give it to them literally before the final battle of the game. Exactly the same thing, except for that one I kind of get it, because you can get up to... Actually, no, I absolutely don't get it, because, like, what the fuck, brother? What the fuck, brother? You're gonna give me a fucking 15%, up to 15% chance to ignore damage, and then you're not gonna give it to me any time other than at the end of the game? Okay.
But yeah, it's like the very, very end of the game. Now's when you give that stuff.
My pleasure.
Open the pocket repository? Oh, Singer of Fearsome Saga. Isn't that the thing you already have? Oh, this is a stronger version. What? With a psychic power that can trigger one of the following: 50% chance to reduce the AP cost and decrease spell degradation. Perform the psychic power as usual. Increase spell and reset the cooldown of the attack. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one. It's a little risky. Like, it has 10% less armor penetration, but like that's still really, really high, and it actually has like additional damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum wounds. The fuck? What is this? It's like the cooler Daniel? The cooler power axe. Yeah, they're fighting. Kalkazar doesn't really care, he's just looking over. Ow. They're fucking up them Necrons. And he seems to have used the Tech Blight to deal with anything too big to get through normally. Any enemy that was too tough for his inquisitorial troops, he just Tech Blighted. And he seems to have Tech Blighted the whole damn place too. God damn, look at this.
My success was inevitable.
I always have a
Pussy ass turret. Never stood a chance. But yeah, it's always like, it's cool to get these really cool items, but unless they're like outright OP. Yeah, see, she was just not there at all. Staff of Shock and Awe. Oh. Staff of Shock and Awe. I do wish Adira was a little stronger, right? But the fact that she uses telepathy means that, like, there is a very high percentage of really strong enemies that are just outright immune to all of her attacks. Which I guess is kind of why all the unsanctioned psyker staffs deal like have the zap, so she has an option.
Always keep
still.
your eye on the prize.
There's a lot of these dudes here. Inquisitor. I see you do not heed my warnings, Esteban. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage. If your lordship listens to me very carefully. Master Van Calix, I'm pleased to see you. How's your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. I'm here to help. I suppose that it is so. I cannot say that I am completely convinced of your sincerity, but you are off to a good start with your choice of words. Is that what you're here for? What is it? We call it a shard. And yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I am here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather pre-ancient, being of cosmic power. They were called the Catan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. Akaza nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from outside.
No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Ingir, the Star Devourers. And if you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Of course the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. So thrown, damn it. Even I can see that no good can come of this grok shit crazy plan.
What is this Catan shard, and what is it doing here? A specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars who feasted on star systems, reality itself bent to their power. But many millennia ago, an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons, like the one you see before you. Yeah, the fucking Necrons, they fucking beat they fucking ass! Also, the Emperor beat the shit out of one, too. The Ingir are no mere predators, monkey. They're not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of a great war between the Ingir and the Old Ones, and in that war the Ingir found allies to whom they promised unbounded gifts. You have seen them, Alantuck. Your species calls them Necrons. The Ingir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death, the Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for eons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, Rogue Trader, which isn't the same as saying she's right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. And do you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human. I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people in particular circumstances. Your skepticism is unwarranted. How will taming this creature help save the Imperium? Over my years of service, I have come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is the imbalance of power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Imperium. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one, scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed, I still have many questions for you. Given the circumstances of our meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else, for one reason or another. How did this end up in your possession? Thanks to your predecessor, I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorator fleet to deal with Archmagos Amanat's heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that the Coronus Expanse's problems ran much deeper than tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xeno artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, and growing threat of the ruinous powers. All this in a region that the Drukhari considered their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire Expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption, but the web of spies that I had woven presented me with much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Amanat's connections, I turned my eye to Theodora von Valancius, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in all this? Theodora's instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archmagos Amanat studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. But their research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, send her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader's retinue, earned her trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left a garrison on Epitaph, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights, just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrichs to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rikard Minoris, but your lordship inherited him instead.
I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret air up her sleeve. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all the details of this plan. What is the yoke? A containment device similar to this one, except better. I doubt that. I doubt that sincerely. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races, using the ancient wisdom of a long-gone Xenos civilization. A prison capable not only of holding the Catan shard, but also of controlling it while releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction. A masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. It was made on Euphrates II. I captured Amanat's student, Axiomantha, and she passed all of her mentor's drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest Cubus Delphin. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. But the human mind could never have comprehended the shard alone, and thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. Theft of sacraments and secrets of the Adeptus Mechanicus registered. Inciting a devout tech priest to commit heresy registered. Blasphemous merging of sacred technologies with forbidden ones registered. Further transgression registration discontinued. The drill on Pascal's mechadendrite screeches in fury. Bro said, alright, I heard enough. I'm gonna stop taking fucking count of these. You collaborated with the Drukhari. Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Eremeris and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus, Tavantius, forged the yoke for me. Of course I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Quetzaltema. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle. I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safe to eliminate her before she could figure out what was going on, but I must have grown miserly over the years and was loath to part with a good agent. Or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. Why do the Drukhari want the shard? It's one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than the Drukhari. It is no mere object, but a treasure trove of technology. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. A sound strategy. Trust me, your lordship, the threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the ruinous powers. The Eremeris could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she's no Eurolon the Cruel. She was as great a danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption she caused among the Drukhari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Comera, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't have need worry about Comera's influence. It was a dark day when you dropped from under the tail of your rotten-wombed mother, you loathsome traitor. While you were fighting to exterminate the Xenos, you were busy carousing them. Had I known sooner, I would have ripped your pitch-black heart out of your own chest. I readily believe that. Since we are being so candid, I must note that you proved to be a much less convenient tool than I had anticipated. This new information about a pact, combined with the astro observation data collected in this star system, resolves the inconsistencies identified earlier. Unit Xavier Calcazar stands accused of stealing the astrographic records of the Cognizance fleet. I'm amazed by your analytical prowess. Yes, I needed stars to feed the shard. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest could steal them and bring them here, but it was imperative to preserve the exact energy parameters so as not to trigger the object's premature detonation. I procured the necessary information on suitable stars from the Explorator fleet's data scriptorium. That's what happened on not on Rykard Minoris. Or Rykard system. Registering a Category 1 blasphemy. Unit Xavier Kalkazar is hereby sentenced to intravital dissection and study. Upon the cessation of vital functions, the unit's remains must be disposed of in disgrace. He's making the shard strong and he thinks to have it in his control. Yeah. I was like trying to come up with like a way to turn it around. It's like, no, brother's a fucking idiot. And then I take it you decide to get rid of your Xenos allies. There was no more need for them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodora was dead, the cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike, and Eremerus had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Rykard Star was timed to occur when Master Van Calix would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. What? Rykard's son vanished because of me. And then the corridor's expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush. What's this? Oh. 1 second, I need to grab my phone charger. I'll be right back. Does he also not think that the yoke is fake? It might not be, that's the thing. And it probably isn't. Like, they probably have tested it somehow. Like, here's the thing. He's not an idiot. He's a little overambitious. I had to rush the operation because sector-wide motion. However, a gate that Eremerus' warriors have been using was destroyed and the facility of Quetzalcoatl was raided. I evacuated the half of the yoke that Levantius had completed. It was too late to retrieve the second half. Yo, Lacris, welcome. No voice, welcome. About now? Can you hear me? What's happening? Yeah, my voice is getting picked up. Okay. Still problems? Okay, no more problems. All right. That is a cute bunny, Lacris. Those are good. Okay. Cuba Stealthim revealed to Eurolon the cruel where he should strike, and that almost spelt the end of Operation Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora ever was. The ends of the Rykard system, Sentiel's Pride, and all the other starless worlds. You were the one who sentenced them to death by sending the Drukhari after their sons. Well noted. Yes, I acted as their executioner. As regrettable as those losses were, however, to overestimate their importance to the Imperium would have been folly. Every single day, humanity pays a far more terrible price, and that must be brought to an end. Why did you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon. I was looking for. Except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by Space Wolves' great company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The Wolves helped me close the Dimensional Gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Eremerus, but eventually they started prying. That was unacceptable. I could control Thorvald by giving him more tempting targets, but the baleful Howl Pack... They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukhari. The pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the search, but instead the wolves forced this system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tenakia managed to neutralize them.
You will pay for this, Xavier Kalkazar. Know that I will have my blood vengeance. I will have your death.
I see. You have come so far in pursuit of answers, Esteban. It would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only the Catan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research destabilized the Shard's prison. My project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Catan Shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan. So now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act? Or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you, but I am sure you realize that already. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom, because walking around and then sitting back down, it like activated my bladder, so, yeah, BRB again. I'll actually play 3 minutes of ads, so that we can do the final fight with no ads whatsoever. So I'll be right back, guys. See you in a bit. I'm back. That was a long-ass piss, too. Been drinking a lot of water. My kidneys be out, drenched. Fucking punched the table. Wood beats flesh. All right. We still got a minute of ads, so we'll just wait an extra minute. Also, I just realized that I didn't send out the post. Oh, yeah, I did. Never mind. Twitter just didn't update for whatever reason. Like, yeah, there it is. Just waiting for the ads to finish, so that the unsubscribed people don't get left out. I need to actually pay more attention so that when ads trigger, we stop for a bit. Give people time. 15 seconds. It's almost done. Need to do. Actually, we could just chill. We could just chill like this when it's ads. And then the ads end, and we go back here. Goody. Welcome back, people who were stuck in the ads. I think my brother just infected me with the flu. Yeah, I also got the flu. It's why I didn't stream on Wednesday, because I was bedridden, and why I tried to stream but failed on Thursday, because, you know, I was still fucked. I'm with you. Wake the beast, let us shackle it together. So be it. Before we begin, I will say this. I'm encouraged by your pragmatism, Esteban. You surpass Theodora in my expectations, and I am grateful to know that I will not determine the fate of humanity alone, but with a dependable ally at my side. The beast's cage has fallen, but the yoke has started the binding process. Most of the entity's power will be restrained by the machine. Whatever is left is still potent enough to kill us all. Weaken its physical shell and distract it, and I will control the yoke and try to chain the monster. Whoa. An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in the robes of a tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthful, excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. Mysterious creature that has been on your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Esteban, who truly ushered us into this world. So let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to be free, to break free. Greetings, Normus. I need explanations, rogue trader. What is that, and what is it doing here? We are out of time. Now. It escapes. Now. Here it comes. Swords and axes, folks. Swords and axes. Guns and bullets, too. Swords and axes. Nomos was a shard of the Void Dragon. Swords and axes versus shards of an Elder God. You got a better solution? Like, plasma clearly doesn't work. $15,000 health. Insane. Okay, so we also have Xavier Calcazar on our team. This thing just one-shotted everyone else. I am curious what Nomos is going to do, though. Yeah, we're going to need to spam the fuck out of these. Is this the Void Dragon? It's a shard of it. But yeah, this is the Void Dragon. Yeah, just start lowering its defensive stats and start taking shots at him. I don't care, just hurt him. I do not care. Just hurt him. Also, I lowered its health. Unraveling reality. Okay, so it teleported us around, and then there's these copies which we need to kill. So... well, you can't go anywhere, because I do not know for certain if you'll survive going anywhere.
Am I getting paid for this?
Good hit. Too far away. Let's move slowly so you don't do that shit where you just exit the melee range and trigger an attack for free. Because I'd rather you didn't do that. I think it's cringe when you do that. Give him extra resolve. Cool. He's got a 1% chance to avoid any damage thrown at him. Very nice. And... go crazy. These things are way wimpier. Not what I meant to do. I meant to do the other thing. It's fine though. You missed. It's a lot of shooting. I'm glad you missed. Good sir, I am glad that you missed. That's one. What did that do to you? Lowered its defense by a lot, actually.
It's as good as done.
We're just going to use all of these, since we're not going to get to use them after. Just using all of our defensive stuff. I didn't even have to flinch. Oh, I actually should have done provocation. Provocation would have been the nicer thing to do here. Because then I could have just killed him with an attack of opportunity. Never mind, I guess. High momentum, hell yeah. Go beat his ass. Wait, what's this? Opening strike. Oh, that's mine. Yeah, he's real weakened now. So, gonna bulk him. Bulk him. Bulk him up. What game is this? This is the final battle of Rogue Trader. Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. It's a great game. I enjoy it a lot. And we are fighting the very, very last battle, which just so happens to be a shard of the Void Dragon. Yeah. Anyway. Taunt, and also I'm immune to all of your attacks. Pussy.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
I'm waiting for the second DLC to do a second run of this game. I will probably hold off on doing my third run, which will be a Heretic run, until there's a little bit more content, or I might just go for it, you know? Cool as fuck, yes it is. This game's really cool. I really like it. So what dots are working? He's got Plummeting Stars and Time's Arrow. That is actually sick. 1,000 ammo. Okay, fair enough. As long as any any shard copy or the energy orb remain each time it is attacked, the Catan shard will gain a stack of reconceptualization, trigger reflective attribution on the attacker. So yeah, kill the shards first. Got it. I've been doing both DLC in one go since my first run. I didn't have the first DLC. Heavily into BG3, and this looks very similar. Ish. This is more focused on combat. BG3 is more focused on roleplay. This would probably be closer to like Solasta. Solasta is a lot closer to this, in my opinion. Both are really good, though. Like, if you like Baldur's Gate 3, you will probably like this. I will say that. You know what? Just run in and whoop his ass. Get him. Beat him. And then do this. And poke him. Ah, that didn't count. Damn. Well, do this one still. Combat is the favorite part, so that works. Yeah. If you liked stuff like, you know, the Owlcat games of, you know, Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous, you'll probably like this one. It's a little simpler, not because the system is dumbed down, but because there's fewer classes, and so it's like, each class is really strong, so you just have to build up the class in a way that, you know, synergizes well with itself, and you'll almost certainly be successful in the game. Also, you get Space Marines. You did not need to shoot Heinrichs. That is not... No, because it goes 3, and then another... Because, like, this is your middle, or we can even say it's here. So, 3, and then another 3, and... Never mind. Never mind, you shot the fuck out of him, yeah. Never mind. That was my bad. My bad. My bad. That was on me.
See how the wolf succeeds.
Let's deal some damage. Hindrance to my release. I see you. You will be erased. Okay, so we need to destroy those fucking things. Like, immediately.
I challenge you, Duncan.
Choice points will never be crazy though. VG3 you have like 2 or 3 choices to make out of 2 or 10 different things. This game have you choosing 1 talent out of 50. That is definitely a problem that I had at the start, like figuring out what was good and what wasn't, and what I should take and what I shouldn't, and that stuff. But like over time, I kind of figured out like what was the correct decision in almost every situation. So the choice paralysis aspect kind of went away. Reload. And what is the damage that we have extra on our single shooting? Burden of Servitude, 100% extra damage. Just double up. Bro's saying we can't damage him, meanwhile. So, first it was eroding. Oh wait, disintegrating, structuring, and disintegrating. Are they different? I mean, I guess they'd have to be, right? They would have to be. Ow. Fucker. Let's buff Esteban again. Or, not again, but more.
More trouble than it's worth.
There you go.
For the throne's glory.
Let me see. Esteban's axe, Tearing Vengeance, gives him more damage based on his toughness and strength. It's insanely strong. Combined with Beacon of Might, Vanguard becomes so OP, it's ridiculous. Because Beacon of Might gives you +1 strength for every temporary wound you have. And he has a grand total of at least 220 temporary wounds. So on his turn, he's going to get 220 extra strength. Insane. Also, Nomus, weren't you supposed to, like, get a turn? Like... Why didn't you? Okay, go ahead and one-shot that thing. I actually should use this, because I still haven't. Oh, wait, no, it's, never mind. I can't, it's technically,
I won't do that.
It's technically a heroic act.
The prominence cannot damage a star must increases faster than light.
I understand your intent.
Go ahead and hit that one. Ah, just shoot him. Just shoot him, Elliot. You're mostly here for story relevance. You're not one of our big hitters.
A moving target.
So I'm not... that was a fuck up. That was the wrong input. But fuck it. Oh, cool. Now I can actually put Esteban here and hit them both in one swing. So let's do that. Nice try. If only I wasn't lying to you about it being a nice try. Damn, he lost a lot of temp HP. What happened there? Wait, no, yeah, he loses temp HP periodically. That is a normal thing to happen. Okay, well,
Don't get too cocky.
let's let him cook a little. Ha, he hit his own friend. He did more damage to his own friend than to me. Wish I understood what I was witnessing. I can only relate this to being a D&D boss fight. It pretty much is. The problem is that, like, you're being introduced to the game on the very last level, on the very last fight of the very last level, and so, like, it's hard to comprehend, right? Basically, Jay here is an officer. Officers are a class which specialize in buffing others, and their main ability is to just straight up give people other people more turns, which is insanely strong on somebody like Esteban, who is a main damage dealer. Then I already explained that Esteban builds up strength to an insane degree during the fight. Go over here. Builds up a lot of strength throughout the fight, based on his temporary hit points and stuff like that. And he's got some special boots where each time he kills somebody, he gets to charge again, which is this ability, which is really strong, because it lets me... Yeah, no, I don't want to charge into my own friend there. And do a lot of fun stuff like that. A lot of really nice synergies are happening here all at once. Which I understand that becomes confusing if you don't know what's happening. Now, normally you can't attack more than once per turn, but because... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's all the damage that I've been building up. On top of that, Jay, her ultimate gives you a new turn with all of your action points, and while normally you can only attack once per turn, twice with some features, and if you combine a lot of them, you can make like 4 or 5 attacks per turn. With this ultimate, you can attack as many times as you want, so I could just keep hitting it. Take the victim's place. I would much rather Jay take this, but she can't. Crap. push him away. So he is now kept Esteban here from doing anything. And he summoned copies. We need to kill the copies, otherwise he starts getting stronger each time we hit him without killing the copies. So that's a bad thing. We don't want that to happen. So I'm going to take that there. Alright. So now he's got a lot of these guys. Not ideal. Now, Ulfar is an arch-militant. That means that the more times he attacks that are different than the last time he attacks, he gets even stronger. Well, he didn't do that when Abelard slapped his face 20 times. Guess Abelard wasn't as threatening as Esteban. But so Ulfar, every time he attacks differently than he did last time, he gets a little bit stronger. He's an arch-militant. So, we open up with a barrage from his bolt pistol. Then we follow up with a cleave from his axe. Then we kick. And that was a burst, followed by a melee area damage, and then a melee single attack. My Adler did 8k damage on his turn, though. Yeah, well, clearly not. Clearly the problem was, because, like, I'm not sure if you added up, but I did more than 10k damage on my first turn. Because this guy went from 14,000 health to 6,000. To below 6,000. So, like, I had to do more than 8k. And Esteban one-shotted all the other things as well. Like, my dude damaging. Cheating. Not on my life. But so, burst, area, kick, and then I go here, and then... Do I want to burst again? If I burst again, this guy won't die. We'll burst again. And then we do this, which is his second heroic act. The first one lets him shoot as many times as this gun has rapid fire, so it let him shoot 5 times. But now, this one will actually give him another free action to attack with. So we're going to finish this guy off. And we're going to reload his gun. And he still has a few more things that he can do. So we're going to go here. We're going to use this, which is going to reset some cooldowns for us and also buff us. Give us more ballistic skill, which is hit percentage, which is our shooting skill, and then critical damage and crit chance. And then we're going to use this, which gives us movement, and gives us an attack that doesn't count to our maximum attacks per round, and it has a lowered cost, so I can shoot again, and now look at that. Yeah. Each of these is giving me extra weapon and ballistics skill, which is weapon skill is for melee, ballistic skill is for shooting. By the way, make sure to follow, subscribe, because I like to inform people, and you know, the more people ask, the more I can inform. So, and then if he has more than 4, he gets extra damage, and he's got 17. It's stacked up to 1,000, but I mean, I don't think you're ever going to be able to do that in a regular fight. People tend to die before that happens, or monsters, not people. The game's not that hard. Also, I can activate this one, which is going to have this bonus, but give us an additional, basically guaranteed crits and maximized damage. So that's really nice. And we're going to end this turn because he's out of action points. It is... Ow, dick. The game is complex, but it's not like... It's not on the level of complexity of, like, a high-level Pathfinder game. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I genuinely wasn't expecting that guy to just go pfft. Let's give him more strength and toughness. Our Spershmarine friend. Let's give more health to Esteban. That's a Perils of the Warp. Every time you cast a spell, there's a chance that will happen. We're so strong, they can barely damage us, by the way. And this is on Daring difficulty, which is like the normal difficulty, but a little bit higher. It's like one step above the normal difficulty. No, I am not going to hold back because this is a deathless run. If I die, I have to restart. It's not a deathless run. We have died. We have died, but I cheated because the game cheated too. The game cheated, so I cheated, you know. We are a fair and balanced streamer. Oh. Bro fucked his ass up, huh? Okay, let's do this. Good job, Esteban. You know what? Esteban. Let's do all those fun things that you like to do. Finish the job. Shit was easy. Aha, see? Nah. All I did was Alt F4. Which basically means I got to redo the fight without the game cheating. And it was like way earlier in the run. And until Owlcat fixes the problem that caused it, I mean, I think that it's good to have the option to do that, right? Because basically what happened was during a fight where I cleared the condition to not have it be an ambush, it turned into an ambush, so I didn't get a chance to like position my guys properly, so they were all closer together. And then they got attacked by this guy who every time somebody shot at him, he got a free turn, and he wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to be able to do that one time, and then that was it. Like the first time he got damaged below I think 66% chance, he would get a free turn. And then instead, every time somebody dealt any amount of damage to him, he was getting a free turn, and he was just killing everything. And I couldn't do anything. I literally had no chance. He was getting like 3 turns for every one of mine. So I was like... The second time around, I basically just didn't hit that guy for a bit, and then buffed up Esteban a bunch, and then Esteban just went and bopped him one time and he died. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quark by quark, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan Shah turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. Do not listen. It is almost broken, so now it is trying to negotiate. It seems that the same intrusive thoughts have appeared in Kalkazar's mind as well. Nevertheless, his resolute voice overpowers even the violent roar of the yoke, still in the process of reaping the shard's power. Weaken it more, and soon enough the binding process will be complete. In the name of the Emperor, Esteban. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and erased civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time. Our impossible chance. Yeah, get the ass, Nomus. What the fuck? As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Try to touch Theodora. Particles of reality around you begin to boil, trying to heal the wound upon existence and preventing her from entering your version of reality. You and she can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but a physical connection is an impossibility. You are merely fleeting phantoms that could scatter at any moment. She is silent, her gaze still trained on you, as if she's trying to commit your every feature to memory. I'm at a crossroads. You and Kalkazar did so many terrible things in pursuit of your ambitions. Tell me, was it worth it? It is always worth it. You will understand this yourself. Whatever fate you choose, one can only hope it will be better than mine. Think about the Catan. Mental contact is effortless. This is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communicating with anyone but its equal. It simply bears the gifts of making the other hear and understand it. So grand is the potential of its thoughts. But to comprehend what the Catan is. The Catan is the pinnacle of reality. It is eternity, dominance, omnipotence, individuality. The Catan is the original purpose behind all existence. The rest was born in order to contain, nourish, and be appropriated by the Catan. To the Catan, space is an illusory variable. To the Catan, time is a young and trivial phenomenon, for it existed for an eternity in the gaseous energy fount of the universe before time was eventually born. To the Catan, fact and probability are mere extractions, between which it can soar in its electromagnetic wings. Currently, the Catan is not whole. It was shattered into lesser pieces, and so were its thoughts and powers. The feeling of emptiness is oppressive, and it yearns to become one again. I know this feeling, Xenos. Try to sense the motives. Catan wishes to be. All Catan exists to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled within untime, where it was entombed by the contemptible sentient tools away from all that is. The Catan wishes to ascend, sate its hunger, and embrace once more the pure exhilaration of claiming and taming reality. Try to understand what benefits the Catan promises. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Catan once chose to reign over the short-lived races and forged a new and glorious fate for them. It has learned from its mistakes. Now it will only bestow its gifts upon the chosen few. The Catan can grant. Your thoughts falter, for it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of his words. The Catan can grant everything. Do not listen. Reject the promises. Do not allow your mind to be clouded, Elentok. No one is capable of receiving everything, or granting everything, not even a star-devouring Ingir. And this shard of an Ingir cannot even grant itself freedom. Stop thinking about the Catan. It's much easier for you to stop trying to comprehend the Catan than for it, one who can grasp the world in hundreds of ways, to stop comprehending you. Nomus, if our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amanat's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another, and spurred yet another. Thus, Nomus were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we have become something so much more, with your help. So you have brought a shard of the Catan shard here. You amaze me, rogue trader. It is our precursor, but we are not its shard. What do you intend to do? Clash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected, so that the shard becomes Nomus. Then, and only then, will its threat be eradicated forever. If your pet takes so much as a step toward the shard, you may consider our alliance broken, rogue trader. The shard will be placed under the yoke, and as for that creature, I will destroy it as soon as my work here is complete, unless you destroy it first. I advise you to do just that. Oh, you're just afraid the Lord Captain will get his hands on your toy. Do you think you can do this, Nomus? And what will happen afterwards? We stand at the threshold of probabilities, and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we are poised to die trying. This is our sacrifice to the light of Terra. Our chance to atone for our birth. If we survive, we will use the Shard's power to serve the Imperium as its most loyal and powerful subject that there is or ever will be. A Primarch could probably hand you your ass. I am losing patience, rogue trader. I've made my decision. Act now, my child. I am giving you one last chance to correct your mistake and destroy the monster, or else I will do it myself. Destroy the monster, you say? Very well then, farewell, Inquisitor. The numerous implants in the Inquisitor's body all suddenly groan at once. A moment later, Xavier Calcazar perishes without so much as a scream before he can even comprehend what is happening. Noma's just said, shut up. And he just, he exploded. Grinning, Ulfar growls vengefully. Farewell, foul wretch. May Mordkai gnaw on your entrails for all eternity. Another offense of ours, but a justified one this time. He should not have opposed you. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Noma steps toward the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging, a clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient and the other endlessly young. The power of the Catan Shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power, but it has a weakness, one that only you can see, one that you can see only now. With the Shard and its rival standing face to face, the Shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Catan was before. What opposes the Shard is something entirely different, an undivided sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow, and the one who fletched and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time. But you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. Kick his ass, Nomus. Nomus a beast. Yeah. You raised your own abomination, complete the game on daring difficulty or above, become Votary dogmatic on daring difficulty or above, any conviction zealot on daring or above, and there is only war. 0.1% of players have this achievement. You completed the game in Grim Darkness mode. Hey! 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 Let me just post that shit on Twitter. Clap indeed. I think I deserve one sub. One sub. I deserve one sub for that. No? No? That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm in it for the love of the game. The Catan Shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomus, possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the Rogue Trader. The young Star God watched over the Coronus Expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the Rogue Trader restored order in the Expanse, without compromise, protecting the faith and leaving behind any notion that the region could ever be beyond his righteous justice. An expansion began that would slowly turn the sector into a new province of the Imperium, where rogue traders were no longer needed. The subjugated deity in House von Valancius' service ensured the Imperium's firm grip on the Expanse's throat. By eradicating enemies and unbelievers, the rogue trader bestowed a gift upon the sector, a faith in the certainty of retribution. Bro, imagine being like a Drukhari raider. I appreciate that, Hard Tuner. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you so much. I appreciate every sub. Someday we'll have to get like a faster like sub goal, but for now we can have like a big celebration every time one of those happens. Make sure to drop a thank you for Hard Tuner, guys. But imagine being like a Drukhari raider, or like a pirate, or a heretic, and you start like a cult, and then a shard of the fucking Void Dragon just appears before you and says, no. And you just fucking explode like fucking Kalkazar did. By eradicating enemies and unbelievers, the rogue trader bestowed a gift upon the sector, a faith in the certainty of retribution. Perceiving themselves as an entity deeply beholden to the Emperor, at the very least on account of their unholy existence, Nomos exterminated corruption with extra zeal, sometimes raising entire worlds. Weaknesses of human nature, such as doubt, mercy, or self-loathing, were unknown to the God Emperor's perfect beast. I feel like that's a little much. The news from the Expanse was met with deep concern in the Imperium. Some began speaking of a punitive campaign, though they quickly fell silent. A lone ship broke through the Great Rift, carrying a letter to Darkonis bearing the Inquisition's seal. What the letter contained and who penned it is better left unknown. Strict abidance by the law and devotion to the Imperial Creed brought great renown to the rogue trader. Every planetary turn on every world in the sector, thousands of prayers were offered up to the Golden Throne, praising the name of the Guardian of the Gornus Expanse. You know it, baby. Legend has it that the God Emperor himself favored his steward, granting him a miraculous power to crush evil and shielding him from enemy plots. The truth is that the Ecclesiarchy, in its battle to control narrative in the Imperium, persecuted those who spread such tall tales, as well as those who demanded that the rogue trader be proclaimed a living saint. Probably what happens with an omnipotent being that was not born with... That's the thing, it was. Nomos was always born like that. Incendia Chorda continued her merciless fight against the heresies plaguing the Expanse, not concerning herself with notions of jurisdiction. She brought the Imperium's justice everywhere she went, killing heretics by the thousands. Stained glass windows with her likeness, illuminated by bonfires, graced the sector's chapels. With her tightening grip of fear, the prayers of the pious became ever more fervent in their reverence of the gracious chastiser. Resisting the temptations that besieged him, Kalagos Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remains of his protectorate. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. Thanks to the patronage of the von Valancius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the Expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced harsh choice, slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. The scars that Hieronymus received in the repentance allotted to him by Incendia Chorda seemed to strengthen his stubborn character. Having been punished for his transgressions, he could condemn those around him with a lighter heart. He spoke less and less of mercy and more of wrath. God damn. The deals struck by the Cognizance fleet and the von Valancius dynasty replenished the Explorator's dwindling supplies, and allowed them to re-embark on a rapid and unrelenting expansion campaign. With powerful bases established in the Expanse, the Omnissiah scouts bravely ventured forth toward unnamed stars, with the same drive that propelled their ancestors to explore the Expanse itself. The schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire Cognizance fleet, and soon the civil war was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down any horror standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Magus Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the mother squadron of the Cognizance fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teaching of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth, and earned himself the identifier Chrome's Scourge. That's a badass name. Profitable deals made between the Fellowship of the Void and the von Valancius dynasty helped them subdue smaller brigand squadrons in the sector. Many worlds and stations saw the opening of Fellowship dens in which grotesquely sincere pirate representatives took kickbacks from traders in exchange for safe passage. Naturally, the servants of the von Valancius dynasty and people under the Rogue Traders' protection were safe from the Fellowship of the Void's attacks. Mostly. After Rizza's death, her place was taken by a quiet man who simply called himself a useful acquaintance, and was prone to coining his own nonsensical words. Few guessed that this scrawny fellow had been Rizza's first mate, who possessed an iron will and a truly monstrous nature. On his quiet orders, the pirates conducted brazen and violent raids. Oh, shit. The Casbalica mission thrived on the riches it acquired in its deals with the Rogue Trader. The organization expanded to new markets, built up a mercenary army and fleet, and was ready to defend the legitimacy of its business from the authorities. Those foolish enough to deny it that right died quick, brutal, and unexplained deaths. Realizing that things were changing in the Expanse, Casbalica agents limited their appetites and restricted their trade to goods of moderate risk. They secretly turned the most dangerous trophies over to the Inquisition, alongside information about their suspicious suppliers. Information about this shadowy alliance was tightly controlled. Dogmatic, but he didn't kill Togara? Yeah, I did. I did kill him. I killed Rizzo too. Killed both of them. Both of them. When Octaviana became the new leader of the Casbalica mission, yeah, there you go. See? It says right there. New leader of the Casbalica is Octaviana. You're so very obviously from Baru's chat. I love seeing like the way of speaking is always the same. She made every effort to not end up like Vladame. The mission's leadership demanded profits, and Chorda's enforcers thirsted for blood. Octaviana's dilemma sorted itself out when one day all of Footfall's coal traders were arrested and herded out onto the Adeptus Masecus. The ship was undocked from the station and left to drift toward Farabundus with no fuel and almost no air. Octaviana was not on board. She had made a deal to turn over all her accomplices, and she disappeared with a fortune and thrones. Smart. Rip Casbalica. Rip in piss. A multitude of agreements bound the Imperial Navy to the von Valancius dynasty. Captains were eager to patrol the Protectorate, knowing they would be richly rewarded. Competing ships were lost to pirate attacks and subjected to harsh inspections, bruh. The corruption is insane, I love it. Many officers quietly entered the dynasty's service, receiving a salary and title in exchange for their excellent skills. Worthy admirals valued their new friends and enjoyed more gold on their uniform. Gold being medals. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Moor to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. Ooh, he's going to try and become a rogue trader himself. Dargonus grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Cornus Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet, whose pull held together the whole worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Dargonus became the bastion of order in the Expanse. From here, punitive expeditions were dispatched to tainted worlds, and entire spires were occupied by officials and bureaucrats of the Imperium. On many planets, the expression, "a man from Dargonus," soon came to mean a fearsome inspector with the power to impose punishment. Gabagama washed off the stain of its former defilement and became known as a pious and productive world, damn right. Hard work and inquisitive study of the mysteries of technology glorified the Deus Mechanicus. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims and granted the planet hallowed status. Just like tucking in my shirt because it's getting like super fucking cold, and I'm like trying to prevent all the warmth in my body from vacating my body. Its cycle continued for centuries, and the foremost sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus traveled to the world so they could attempt to divine its meaning. Janus was conquered, the Xenos spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. The dark rule of the Seekers of the Forbidden was established on Janus. While terrified serfs toiled in the fields, in the lofty castles, wise renegades studied the knowledge of the Xenos, learned their filthy language, and embraced their culture. The mists born of irrigation devices hid the evil work from the righteous. Hey yo, the fuck? I don't like that. I don't like that one. We're gonna have to deal with that later. The mines of Phoebus 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the Expanse, the final stop for the exiled and the damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither humans nor xeno-horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Over time, Phoebus 6 became the largest pirate den in the Expanse. From here, the Void Skulkers set out on their raids, and this was where they stored their loot and licked their wounds, knowing that not even the Imperial Navy would risk setting foot on the formidable Phoebus. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into the spiritual center of the Expanse, clad in gold and power. Rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. Converted into a comet shrine, Foulstone's moon spread the word of St. Cognatius throughout the Expanse, protecting worlds from attacks by the enemies of humanity. Its servants asked for neither money nor power, but only the relics left by their blessed patron. The wise handed them over with reverence, while the haughty learned how heavy the hammer of Foulstone was. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous power had managed to get away, hiding the writings of their war-banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the word-bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Damn right, pussies. Fuck off. Go be fucking nerds elsewhere. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. Really, Incendia? The fuck, man? The great judgment of Incendia Chorda and the atrocities committed by her confessional units bled Footfall dry. The station soon faced a labor shortage, and few survivors of the religious purges could handle the increased workloads. Without thrones from the coal trade, the station fell into decay. Footfall entered an era of piety, hunger, and hardship. Left without a sun, the Reichart system ceased to exist. Well, yeah, that's what happens. Its now frigid planet spun away into the darkness, no longer held by the gravitational pull of their star. A century later, a fragment of Reichard Minoris entered the Furibundus system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor's statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the Expanse. Explorators, privateers, Kazbalika agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. The legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Eldari from the fallen craftworld Kruderak, who once traveled through the darkness of the Expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kind, were becoming a rarer sight. Even the most skillful Kazbalika agents and audacious bounty hunters, with knowledge of Xenos settlements on the edges of the Expanse, could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari rangers suddenly appeared on different worlds and disappeared abruptly without shedding a drop of blood. Their purpose remained an enigma. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Comoron, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Chimera continued its flight through the webway, along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Asdrubal Vecht. After the Rogue Trader's visit, dimensional rifts opened around the spire of the Reaving Tempest, flooding the streets of Chimera with demons. Yeah, get fucked. This incursion terrified Chimera. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the events as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted it as a grim omen for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Chimera. For a brief and bloody moment, the elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Eremeris. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City, save the city itself. Oh, this is actually a really cool image. Like, when it gets cut by the thing for a smaller portrait, it looks a little, like, petty, but, like, that helmet looks sick. The bloodbath unleashed by the Commissar's squad in the arena of the Fatal Thirst was like a sudden flash, short, yet powerful enough to be seen. News of the audacious stunt spread through the Dark City to stifle the threat of riots. The Archons executed innumerable prisoners who had been rotting away for years in the Spire's dungeons. They then ventured to the human worlds in search of new servants. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God vengefully obliterated every true world of the ancient Xenos race. The old hatred of the Catan, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside him. Nomus isn't a Catan, though. Nomus doesn't have those. The voice of Voxmaster Vigdis Suri Otter of the Tolman dynasty was long heard in the Corridor's expanse, trumpeting the arrival of the Rogue Trader. It brought glad tidings to the faithful, and instilled horror in heretics awaiting righteous retribution. After her death, Vigdis was granted the honor of being immortalized in a herald's servo skull. For many centuries to come, her voice praised the Von Valancius dynasty, transmitting orders across the decks. Master Helmsman Ravor diligently executed his duties until his dying day, without once succumbing to sleep's sweet embrace. Only when a piece of shell penetrated the bridge's armored hull and was stopped by the stern officer's unyielding chest did he finally know rest, leaning against his trusty helm. Aww. Sacrificing his health in diligent service to the Rogue Trader and letting his waistline expand even more, High Factotum Janrus Danrock watched over the dynasty's riches for years. The day his body was found sprawled over paperwork in his office, his assistants came forward with 2 reports. The most esteemed Janrus Danrock has passed away of natural causes due to complication of a weakened heart, and, as regards your assets, everything is in order. Good man. Jocasta Sauerbach carried on in her service as Master-at-Arms, maintaining order on the decks with maul and noose. Over the years, she took several husbands, and her descendants came to be named Sauerbachs of the Void, a lesser offshoot of the eminent aristocratic clan from the capital world. There were whispers among the crew that one of the Mistress Sauerbach's children had Wisserian blood in him. Something of the noble features particular to that family could be discerned in the young man's genteel face. Whether it was true, whether Jocasta's resolute, uncompromising nature could have and had attracted the venerable seneschal, remained a mystery. Abelard, you dog! Zachary White. This man is 30, by the way. Like, what the fuck? Psychic, being a fucking astropath will cook you, man. Zachary Weiss, choir master of the astropaths, turned his shame and repentance to an iron chain binding his soul. Cold and detached, he would never again take a personal apprentice or become close with a subordinate. He dedicated himself to impeccable service, unfailingly carrying out the Lord Captain's orders and surviving at least 7 incidents that wiped out the entire astropathic choir. God damn! Ludin Takara ended his days as a maintenance servitor on a janitorial team, losing his life due to an error by a technomat who sent him to clean a compartment scheduled for decompression. Ha! The technomat received a penance of 7 electro-whippings and a fine equal to his annual pay as punishment for negligent handling of property. Fuck me, dude! A year's salary? Jesus. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonus turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Toriana Gaprak missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, racked by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kiavagama massacre. Disaster. Both, really. Soon, the Gaprak family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Macarius Sauerbach was loyal to the rogue trader to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Over the years, the elder Sauerbach even grew close to the rogue trader, at least as far as such a cold and ill-disposed person could. After he proved himself a dutiful and merciless warrior, he became the Warden of Dargonus and vigilantly guarded the Lord Captain's life and peace. Members of House Wissarion served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses. Yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Wissarion. Clementia Wissarion, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonus, executed her duties irreproachably and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Wissarion, that she had always had a passion for ships and void-faring. Branches of House Gabrak and Wissarion became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Estatia and Vincent. To the great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Dargonus nobility, their marriage produced no children. Oh. Just like her ancestors, Estatia Wissarion Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the events that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir, Vincent lived in his wife's shadow. When his time came, he passed away without notice. Oof. The Harlequin known as Nocturne of Oblivion visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking onto Dargonus, he came to the Rogue Trader's palace and left him a special gift. A case of Elgadari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Illuminati confirmed? Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. Oh, come on, I'm the Lord Captain, tell me! The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the von Valancius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom, that all will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared following his trail and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. They're trying to kill Nocturne of Oblivion? After months of searching, Dargonus wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the hive. Drukhari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the agent of the Imperium had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. The name of Yakos Sotny, also known as a commissar and a traitor and a liar who found repentance at the end of his life and died in the name of the Emperor, was not forgotten. Drusian preachers held him up as an example, saying that even the most vile soul can be purified. The regiment of the Vicentian Zouaves honored his deed by naming after him a penal unit of prisoners sentenced to death in battle. The savage deeds that Gordey Skatov witnessed on Footfall traumatized him forever, rip. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work. Written in a shaky hand, Footfall, the ultimate void, station, and mortuary. The secret of the Genestealer cult infestation in the Coroner's Expanse was laid bare. A wave of purges rolled across many worlds, with enraged rabble and planetary guards massacring thousands of those whose appearance diverged from true human form. Most of them were, of course, ordinary, abject, genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were a small price to pay for the sector's purity. Most means that some were actually Genestealers, which means, yes, absolutely, a small price to pay, yes. Abelard Wessarian remained the Lord Captain's seneschal and right hand until his dying breath. House Wessarian, cleared of accusations of mutiny, dedicated itself to Dargonus' fleet. When years later Abelard left this world, the worthiest successor of his family received the honor of inheriting the high office of a seneschal. Sister Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt toward the Lord Captain, yet duty compelled her to leave von Valancius's retinue. With the blessing of the ecclesiarchy, she found a minor order of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the One Star, united around the keeper of the sacred relic. Its sisters protected the faithful from the dangers still lurking in the expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder very quickly became heroes of legend, instilling hope and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. The Makatan Tabula Officiale unlocked a sea of possibilities for Jay Haydari. She left the Kasvalika mission and became an independent agent, choosing one's destiny as a unique gift that ordinary mortals would never dare dream of. Jay was no ordinary mortal. She found new friends, skillfully danced along the knife's edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong, granted mercy to the weak, and even bought a couple of modest planets, and she never, ever betrayed herself. Vizier Kibila of the Bloodspun Web performed a great reading of the Emperor's Tarot. Fuck, I was saying tableau, like, of the Emperor's Tarot. And the card of the night showed her cult a new path and a new teaching. Kibila raised a generation of proud and fervent warriors, and led the Scarlet and Black Army out of the shadows, to descend upon a multitude of worlds and hound the faithless in the name of the Undying Emperor. Rivers of spilt unclean blood drenched the soils of worlds where the Bloodspun Web's seeds had sprouted. Planetary rulers outlawed and hunted down the death cultists, to the point of starting full-blown wars, but their armies were hopelessly outmatched by a host led by the Vizier's will and her powerful foresight guided by the Emperor's Tarot. Mildly psychic. With her newly acquired power and resources, Jay Haydari expended a great deal of effort to put an end to the cult of the Bloodspun Web. The ease with which she sent assassins after the spinners and spread damning propaganda betrayed her strong vested interest. Many thought her actions reckless and expected a retaliatory strike to be delivered before long, but never came. With the cards of the Emperor's Tarot spread before her in the darkness, Vizier Kibila performed one reading after another, but as much as it troubled her, she could find no command to end the life of her brazen adversary. Thus, the blade remained sheathed. Mattis Erebus was a loyal and dutiful servant of the rogue trader. His faith in the Undying Emperor brought him into the ranks of the Bloodspun Web. A decade and a half later, having risen to the rank of the Web's fourth spinner, he died honorably during an assignment, and his soul passed on to the Undying One. The Vizier composed an enigmatic and profound quatrain in his memory. The fuck is a quatrain? I'm looking that shit up. What's a quatrain? Stanza of 4 lines, especially one having alternate rhymes. Oh, okay. I get it. Inquisitor Heinrich van Calix continued to serve the Imperium and vanished under mysterious circumstances several years later. After receiving a signal encrypted with Inquisition codes, he traveled to an unknown distant world from which he never returned. Ooh, because we never finished his story, his old friend in the Inquisition got him. And we didn't finish it because we never got the quest, so my bad, I guess. When the Laven Navigator's service came to an end, Castian left the rogue trader and returned to House Orselio's embrace. It was rumored that a new Novator would soon take the throne, and the house would be reborn after years of silence. Alas, the inauguration did not come to pass, as the discord within the house flared up and turned into a fratricidal war. Lady Cassia died at its outset, taking the lives of many loyalists and renegades with her. The other Navigator houses made efforts to scatter the remains of the once great House Orselio, and to absorb what little was left of it. Nadir at last, the Psyker of the von Valancius dynasty, disappeared without a trace when her fate was entrusted to the agents of the Inquisition. Common unsanctioned Psyker L. In announcing the discontinuing of the Psyker, the Amanat Collective instilled terror in the hearts of those who revered the theorems of purity, but it gave hope to others. After gathering its disciples and recruiting servo soldiers from vassal planets, it ventured to the worlds of the Screaming Vortex and to the infernal forges of the Dark Mechanicus. This march of reindoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the Omnissiah from the hands of heretics, temper the cult in the fire of battle, and transform it into a tool for both eradication and comprehension. The fleet disappeared in the darkness, and only rare echoes of its astropathic messages were ever intercepted. Well, that didn't work out. For many long years, Iliad traveled at the rogue trader's side, helping him decipher the secrets of lost Xenos races and lending him the wisdom of her kind. Half a century later, she sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. After bidding farewell to her Elantak, Iliad made her way to her surviving kin. Iliad followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped she would never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortals who had become her true brothers and sisters in arms. Rumor has it that Iliad and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice of their people from the covetous servants of the Omnissiah. Upon learning that Iliad was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade in arms. Her death did not stir any feelings in his metallic heart. Bitch. Yeah, he got by the Inquisition. Common Drukari L. After joining the Stormbiters, Ulfar Thunderlung soon became the pack leader, taking the place of Thorvald, who met an honorable end. Yeah, it became very clear that Thorvald played second fiddle to Ulfar for a reason. But, like, see here, he's got a plasma pistol. Where's the plasma pistol game? Where is it? Give it to me. I want it. Who met an honorable end. The new leader sent a message to Fenris stating his intention to remain in the Expanse. There were too many enemies yet lurking in these hunting grounds that deserved the Allfather's wrath. Legends paved the formidable pack's path in gold. Years later, Ulfar found a battle in which he could meet his honorable death. But the warp was suddenly torn asunder, and ships from Fenris bearing the mark of the wolf head came to his aid. Pardon. Saved from the battlefield by his loyal companion Halbrand, Ulfar accepted the honors of the Dreadnought and was entombed in sacred armor. During the blessed ritual, he cursed and demanded to be left to his death, but his brothers merely answered with mirthful laughter. When he recovered his senses, Ulfar led his forces to the heathen stars. The Allfather had given him a new mission in a near-death vision. No one in the Expanse has heard word of the Space Wolves since their departure, yet many believe that one day they will return victorious. Yeah, with Space Marines, they're gone and we haven't heard from them for like 2 centuries. They'll be back. With Mechanicus, like, an entire fleet went off and we haven't heard of them for like a year. They're dead. Cooked. It is rumored that the true cause of Thorvald Ironhide's demise was treachery. Faced with a superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help, but a nearby squadron of the Cognizance fleet withdrew, defiantly broadcasting that the blood debt to Archmagos Amanat is not forgotten. Yeah. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valancius, deeds that transformed the Cornus Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. The end. Ulfar in a dreadnought, in a venerable dreadnought. The Space Wolves take good care of their dreadnoughts. But, with all that being said, I hope everybody had a good time. I know I did. It was a lot of fun to hang out with you guys this whole time. Oh wait, did the game just crash? Did the game crash when I tabbed out? Alright, well, whatever. But it was a wonderful time hanging out with all of you guys. Thank you for the sub, Heart Tuner. Thank you for being here to everybody. It was awesome having you here. It was awesome finishing the game. On Monday, I've got a few games that I want to play, namely some short stuff. I want to try out Labyrinth of the Demon King. I've heard some good stuff about it. I also want to play Planescape Torment. I want to play I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream. I want to play Dungeon Siege. There's so many games that I want to try out. Unfortunately, there's not enough time in my life to do so. So we will have to pick what we play. I'm thinking we're going to open up with Planescape Torment. It's an absolute classic. It's awesome if you like good exposition in stories that like really shows you the world that you're going to be experiencing. So definitely look forward to that. Make sure to follow if you're not already. If you are following, I hope to see you guys then. Meanwhile, let's find somebody to raid, share the love a little bit. Let me see. Let me see here. You know what? Moist Critical is playing Rust with some friends, so I'm going to drop you off with one of, if not the nicest fucking people on the internet you could ever be exposed to. So, with all that being said, I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one, and cheers!